तो फिर भी प्रॉम्प्टर पे ही करो सर, बहुत आसान रहता है, बहुत।
एग्री एग्री प्रॉम्प्टर इज फाइन, बट मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि द पॉइंट्स कम ड्यूरिंग ना।
अरे सर प्रॉम्प्टर, नहीं नहीं, आई टेल यू, आई गॉट हिज पॉइंट, आई गॉट हिज पॉइंट सर। ये सब सिंपल सिंपल वर्ड फाइल में टाइप। ज्वाइन हुआ लाइव है लिंक।
कहाँ खड़े रहना है?
ये हिस्टोरी टिप के आगे नहीं जाना, ये
टेप के आगे नहीं जाना।
हॅलो
काढून टाकायचं।
काट। सुभाष सर आवाज आ रही है ठीक से? हेलो हेलो पांडे सर, हेलो हेलो पांडे सर।
Okay, before 10 minutes before your speech, Patil sir, 10 minutes before your speech, you should make sure that your camera is installed on you and it's working. 10 minutes, microphone. So 10 minutes before your speech, get yourself installed with microphone. हाँ तुम्ही करून घ्या आत्ताच install.
सर नेक्स्ट आपका मिलिंद पांडे है ना?
हाँ या
शशी
सर एवढ्या वेळ नका बसू
हाँ सर,
आवाज येतोय?
ओके सर, ओके।
शशी
हाँ सर बोला ना।
बालाजी तांबे म्हणून जॉईन झालात तुम्ही
5 minutes to go.
सरांच्या ह्याची.
हाँ
नमस्कार. उपस्थित सर्वांचं सहर्ष स्वागत. मी प्राध्यापक गौतम बापट तुम्हा सर्व उपस्थितांचं आजच्या या अतिशय महत्वाच्या अशा या सोहळ्यात सहर्ष स्वागत करतो. आज आपण सर्वजण इथे 25व्या एंडॉवमेंट लेक्चर सिरीजच्या उद्घाटन सोहळ्यासाठी उपस्थित झालेलो आहोत. काही क्षणातच आपण ह्या कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात करणार आहोत, पण तत्पूर्वी काही क्षणांची विश्रांती, कारण आपण अजूनही काही लोकांच्या आगमनाची वाट पाहत आहोत. तेव्हा काही क्षणातच आपण ह्या कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात करू. आज तुमच्या लक्षात येत असेल की ज्या प्रकारे आपण आजपर्यंत ह्या ऑनलाईन कॉन्फरन्स या कोविडच्या आउटब्रेक नंतर ज्याप्रमाणे ऑनलाईन कॉन्फरन्सेस सुरू केल्या, आज तुम्हाला जाणवत असेल की या सर्व गोष्टी नवीन आहेत आणि काहीतरी निराळं करण्याचा प्रयत्न आज MIT विश्वशांती विद्यापीठाच्या वतीनं इथं करण्यात येत आहे. कारण आजचा प्रसंग, आजचा हा दिवसही तेवढाच खास आहे. आज प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सरांनी 25 वर्षापूर्वी जे तप सुरू केलं, आज त्या गोष्टीला 25 वर्ष पूर्ण होत आहेत. अतिशय महत्वाचा आणि मी खरंच म्हणेन की संस्थेच्या इतिहासात सुवर्णाक्षरांनी लिहिला जावा असा हा आजचा क्षण आहे. आणि काही क्षणातच या उद्घाटन सोहळ्याची सुरुवात आपण करणार आहोत. तत्पूर्वी काही क्षणांची विश्रांती. पुन्हा भेटू पुढील काही क्षणात. थँक्यू. पुन्हा एकदा सर्व उपस्थितांचं सहर्ष स्वागत. आजच्या ह्या 25व्या एंडॉवमेंट लेक्चर सिरीजच्या उद्घाटन समारंभासाठी आपल्याबरोबर अत्यंत महत्वाच्या व्यक्ती जोडल्या जात आहेत. मी संस्थेच्या वतीनं सर्वप्रथम आजच्या आपल्या या कार्यक्रमाचे चीफ गेस्ट ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर रूरल डेव्हलपमेंट गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया साध्वी निरंजन ज्योतिजी यांचं सहर्ष स्वागत करतो. त्यानंतर आजच्या ह्या आपल्या उद्घाटन सोहळ्यामध्ये उपस्थित असलेले चीफ गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर द डायरेक्टर ऑफ श्री अरबिंदो फाउंडेशन फॉर इंडियन कल्चर ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर संपदानंद मिश्राजी यांचं देखील मी सहर्ष स्वागत करतो. त्याचबरोबर आजच्या या उद्घाटन सोहळ्यात आपल्याबरोबर जोडले जात आहेत ग्लोबल मास्टर ऑफ हार्टफुलनेस ऑनरेबल श्री कमलेश पटेलजी, ज्यांना सर्वजण प्रेमाने आदराने दाजी म्हणून संबोधतात. आज या उद्घाटन सोहळ्यात आपल्याबरोबर असतील वर्ल्ड फेमस एमिनंट सायंटिस्ट अँड एज्युकेशनिस्ट ऑफ इंडिया, चान्सलर ऑफ नालंदा युनिव्हर्सिटी, पद्मभूषण डॉक्टर विजय पी भटकर सर. खरोखरच आजचा हा सोहळा, आजचा हा उद्घाटन समारंभ आपल्या सर्वांसाठी खूप खूप खास आहे. या सोहळ्यात आपल्या बरोबर श्री सुरेश प्रभूजी, ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लमेंट, राज्यसभा, फॉर्मर युनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ कॉमर्स अँड इंडस्ट्रीज, सिव्हिल एव्हिएशन, रेल्वेज, गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हे देखील जोडले जाणार आहेत. त्याचबरोबर मी या उद्घाटन सोहळ्यासाठी चान्सलर, व्हाईस चान्सलर ऑफ MIT वर्ल्ड पीस युनिव्हर्सिटी डॉक्टर NT राव सर, रवींद्रनाथ पाटीलजी, डॉक्टर प्रशांत दवेजी आणि आपल्या सर्वांचे प्रेरणास्थान, स्फूर्तीस्थान असणारे प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सर या सर्वांचं या कार्यक्रमात मी सहर्ष स्वागत करतो. आणि आता या कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात करण्यापूर्वी मी सर्व उपस्थितांना विनंती करीन की तुम्ही ज्या ठिकाणी बसलेला आहात, जगाच्या ज्या कोपऱ्यातनं या कार्यक्रमाचा आस्वाद घेत आहात, तिथे कृपया आपापल्या स्थानी उभे राहा. कारण आता या कार्यक्रमाची आपण सुरुवात करणार आहोत नॅशनल सॉन्ग वंदे मातरमनी. मी माझ्या टेक्निकल टीमला विनंती करतो की त्यांनी नॅशनल सॉन्ग वंदे मातरम रिले करावं.
वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम, सुजलाम सुफलाम मलयज शीतलाम, शस्य श्यामलाम मातरम, वंदे मातरम, शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनीं, फुल्लकुसुमित द्रुमदल शोभिनीं, सुहासिनीं सुमधुर भाषिणीं, सुखदां वरदां मातरं, वन्दे मातरं, वन्दे मातरं.
धन्यवाद. मित्रहो, आपल्या भारतीय परंपरेनुसार आपण कुठल्याही कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात ही मंगल वादनाने करतो. मंगल वादन म्हणजेच मंगल वाद्य, जे वाजवल्यामुळे आपल्या सर्वांमध्ये एक चैतन्य निर्माण होतं, एक स्फूर्ती येते. आणि आजच्या या मंगल दिनाची सुरुवात आपण अशाच मंगल वादनाने करणार आहोत, म्हणजेच शंखध्वनीने करणार आहोत. आता आजच्या ह्या डिजिटल युगामध्ये ज्या प्रकारे आपण कार्यक्रम करत आहोत, आपल्याला शंखध्वनीचा किंवा शंखवादनाचा अनुभव डिजिटलीच घ्यावा लागेल. त्यामुळे मी माझ्या टेक्निकल टीमला विनंती करतो की त्यांनी कृपया शंखध्वनी किंवा शंखवादन करावं.
ओम शंखाय नमः.
धन्यवाद. मित्रहो, कार्यक्रमाची सुरुवात करतानाच मी तुम्हाला म्हणलं की आज या कार्यक्रमाला किंवा ह्या तपश्चर्येला 25 वर्ष होत आहेत. आज आपण सर्वजण 25व्या फिलॉसॉफर सेंट श्री ज्ञानेश्वरा अँड सेंट श्री तुकाराम एंडॉमेंट लेक्चर सिरीज अँड ओरिएंटेशनसाठी जमलो आहोत. खरंच एक आगळी वेगळी उपलब्धी आणि खूप मोठा आणि महत्वाचा क्षण. पण ही जशी 25 वर्षाची परंपरा प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सर यांनी सुरू केलेल्या एका इनिशिएटिव्ह मधनं सुरू झाली, त्याचनुसार गेली 40 वर्ष म्हणजे 4 दशक MIT ग्रुप ऑफ इन्स्टिट्यूशन्सच्या प्रत्येक संस्थेच्या प्रत्येक आवारात प्रत्येक दिवसाची सुरुवात आपण एका प्रार्थनेने करतो. जे सर्वजण संस्थेशी निगडित आहेत आणि ह्या कार्यक्रमाचा आस्वाद आज घेत आहेत, त्या सर्वांनाच ही प्रार्थना माहिती आहे. परंतु जे लोक संस्थेशी आजपर्यंत जोडले गेलेले नव्हते किंवा आज नव्याने जोडले जात आहेत त्यांच्यासाठी मी सांगू इच्छितो की प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सर यांनी 40 वर्षापूर्वी एक प्रार्थना संस्थेतल्या प्रत्येकाला दिली. त्या प्रार्थनेचं नाव आहे वर्ल्ड पीस प्रेयर. प्रार्थना म्हणली की ती शक्यतो एखाद्या धर्माशी, जातीशी, पंथाशी किंवा भाषेशी जोडली जातेच. पण ही विश्व शांती प्रार्थना ही, तुम्ही जर शब्द नीट ऐकलेत मित्रांनो तर तुमच्या लक्षात येईल, ही कुठल्याही जातीची, धर्माची, पंथाची प्रार्थना नसून ही प्रार्थना त्या परमात्म्याकडे विश्व कल्याणासाठी आणि विश्व शांतीसाठी केलेली आहे. आता आपण ह्याच प्रार्थनेसाठी तयार होणार आहोत. मी सर्व उपस्थितांना विनंती करतो की त्यांनी शांत स्तब्ध बसावं, हात जोडावेत, डोळे मिटावेत, आपल्या डोळ्यांसमोर आपल्या मातापित्यांचं, आपल्या देवतेचं चित्र आणावं आणि सहृदय या प्रार्थनेत सहभागी व्हावं. मी माझ्या टेक्निकल टीमला विनंती करतो की त्यांनी वर्ल्ड पीस प्रेयर आता रिले करावी.
नमो आद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवा तूति गणेषु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारी गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः.
धन्यवाद. क्षमस्व, काही टेक्निकल ग्लिचमुळे काही क्षण आपले गेले, परंतु दिस इज समथिंग व्हेरी व्हेरी न्यू अँड व्हेरी व्हेरी आय वुड से इनोव्हेटिव्ह फॉर ईच वन ऑफ अस टू ट्राय दीज न्यू टेक्नॉलॉजीज अँड गेट यूज टू इट. So thank you very much for being there with us. Mitro, as I was saying, this is the 25th year of this movement. My friends, 25 years is not a small time. It's really time that we go back and understand and feel the, I would say, the feeling, the motive, and the way this progress of last 25 years has been. आणि त्यासाठी ते समजून घेण्यासाठी, कारण 25 वर्ष हा इतका मोठा काळ आहे की कदाचित मी जर ते वाचून दाखवायला लागलो तर खूप मोठा किंवा खूप जास्ती वेळ मला या गोष्टीसाठी लागेल. त्यामुळे ह्यासाठी देखील मी तंत्रज्ञानाची मदत घेणार आहे. आणि आय एम गोइंग टू रिक्वेस्ट माय टेक्निकल टीम नाव to please relay a small film made on the philosopher Saint Shri Gyaneshwara and Saint Shri Tukaram endowment lecture series to take us down the memory lane once again. Over to you.
You know that the endowment lecture which we have started in the name of Gyaneshwara and Tukaram as great philosophers, the philosophers must come out from their shell and they should come to the society and guide them.
The Buddha, however, preached the equality of all human beings, and anyone who wished to enter the Buddhist order, Sangha, was not asked about the varna to which one belonged before entry.
श्रद्धा वाढली तरच आपल्याला प्रज्ञा प्राप्त होईल, आपला आत्मविश्वास वाढेल.
Get rid of the asuri sampat. Take the daivi sampat and yatechasi tathakura.
बालक बापाची ताटी रे ते बापातीची जेवू लागली की संतोषीने वेगे मुखची ओढली.
So we are not teaching dharam. When we are not teaching dharam, different so-called religious bodies, they are teaching their religion. उनके सेमिनरीज हो सकते हैं, उनके मदरसेज हो सकते हैं, उनके आश्रम गुरुकुल हो सकते हैं. And everybody is teaching my religion is the best religion in the world. My religion is the only divine religion in the world. जब तक ये खत्म नहीं होगा तब तक टेररिज्म खत्म नहीं होगा.
तर आपण थोडंसं गाईड करा की आपला व्हेजिटेरियन लोकांना आहारात हा B12चा समन्वय कसा साधला पाहिजे.
या दोन गोष्टीतूनच आपल्याला व्हिटॅमिन B12, व्हिटॅमिन D3 आणि कॅल्शियम हे मिळत असतं.
शिवाजी महाराजांच्या साक्षीपटला तसं प्लॅनिंग आहे, क्वालिटी आहे, एफिशियन्सी आहे, तसं त्यांची जी वेळेच्या बाबतीतली पंक्च्युअलिटी इतकी विलक्षण आहे की आपणही थकवावं.
फुलांच्या पायघड्यावरून चालताना काटे बोचले तर सहन करा. फुलांच्या पायघड्यावरून चालताना काटे बोचले तर सहन करा, कारण काट्यांना फक्त बोचणंच माहिती असतं.
आपण काय पेरतो आपल्या वासरांच्या प्रमाणे त्याप्रमाणे आपल्याला मिळणारी फळं असतात. यातलं देवानं काहीही दिलेलं नसतं आणि काहीही आपल्याकडनं हिरावलेलं नसतं.
मन फार चंचल आहे. माणसाच्या आयुष्यात बऱ्या वाईट गोष्टी घडतात त्या मनामुळे घडत असतात. त्या मनाला लगाम लावला पाहिजे.
सायलेंस रहेगा इन बिटवीन फ्रेसेस तो द फ्रेसेस सीधे मेरे हृदय से आपके हृदय में जाएगा.
Changes, sustains, destroys, dissolves, creates, and rears.
And he says, you cannot glimpse another man's lived experience looking in through the window. You need to go into his space and live his life.
विवेकानंदांचे शब्द, जगद्गुरु तुकारामाचे शब्द, ज्ञानेश्वरांचे शब्द सत्यात उतरण्याची वेळ आली आहे. आणि ते 21वे शतक आहे. आणि किंबहुना या सर्व शतकामध्ये, या सर्व कार्यामध्ये वर्ल्ड पीस युनिव्हर्सिटी म्हणा, वर्ल्ड पीस सेंटर म्हणा, याचं कणभर तरी योगदान असावं एवढीच भावना आहे.
Thank you very much for that film. And I'm sure each one of you must have got thrilled after going through that film which took us back 25 years. डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सर यांनी काय स्वप्न पाहिलं असेल, असा काय विचार केला असेल जो गेली 25 वर्ष अविरत चालू आहे. आणि आता तो क्षण आलेला आहे where I'm going to invite a person who is associated with this endowment lecture series for last 18 years. म्हणजे गेल्या 25 वर्षांपैकी 18 वर्ष जी व्यक्ती या एंडॉमेंट लेक्चर सिरीजची जोडली गेलेली आहे ते म्हणजे MIT वर्ल्ड पीस युनिव्हर्सिटीचे प्रो व्हाईस चान्सलर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मिलिंद पांडे सर यांना मी आता मंचावर येण्याची विनंती करतो.
श्रोतेहो नमस्कार, खूप खूप स्वागत. आगतम स्वागतम सुस्वागतम. Welcome you all my dear friends, colleagues. We'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you all for this incredibly unique, historic Silver Jubilee Orientation Program of the 25th Century Naneshwar and Century Tukaram Endowment Lecture Series, a UNESCO chair program for last 25 years. Today is the great occasion, auspicious occasion, pious occasion. My friends, we are at MIT World Peace University firmly believes in the sayings of great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda. He said, union of science and spirituality oblique religion alone will bring peace and harmony to mankind. My friends, a UNESCO chair in human right, peace, democracy and tolerance was established at World Peace Center, Alandi, MICE, MIT, WPU, Pune, India from last 22 years for the noble cause of world peace. Philosopher Century Naneshwar, Century Tukaram and Swami Vivekananda, they are the founding fathers of cultural heritage of India. It reminds us the path of our future social reconstruction and welfare through the blending of scientific and spiritual values. We should form a common goal for the whole of mankind. To realize the dream of this trinity and make the people of the world aware of the social, scientific and philosophical teachings, these great masters, this unique concept of endowment lecture series and orientation workshop thought up by our beloved Professor, Vishwadharmi Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir. And my friends, today we are celebrating the silver jubilee year of this lecture. मला एक मराठी कविता आठवते. ज्योत येथे तेवते ही तेज वाढो सर्वदा, लाविले जे रोप त्याचा वेल झाला केवडा. आशीष द्या सज्जनांनो वेल जावा अंबरी, अर्पितो ही भाव पुष्पे श्रद्धा ठेवा अंतरी, विश्वास ठेवा अंतरी. श्रोतेहो, मला सांगायला खूप आनंद वाटतो. द फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड फिलॉसॉफर मीट वॉज अरेंज्ड ऑन 24th November 1996. We just saw the video film of it. This entire 25 years was blessed by the big personalities, the scientists, the philosophers, scholars, thinkers. His Holiness Dalai Lama, the Honorable Prime Minister I.K. Gujral ji, Honorable Prime Minister Chandrasekhar ji, Honorable Vice President of India Bhairav Singh Shekhawat ji, Honorable E.C.G. Sudarshan, Honorable William Abbas, and the none other than the guru of Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir, Professor Dr. Surendra Barlinge sir. My friends, this endowment lecture series blessed by the all saints, sages. Let me tell you, the uniqueness of this lecture series is the consistency over the last 25 years. The staff development program for the 2.5 decades, and the most important, the golden outcome of these consistent and coherent efforts is the creation of World Peace Dome. The World Peace Dome created by the great visionary philosopher, the Vishwa Vigyan Darshanik, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. My friends, with the great honor and respect, I would like to welcome for today's chief guest of the function, the Member of the Parliament of Rajya Sabha, the former Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Civil Aviation and Railways, Honorable Sri Suresh Prabhu sir. खूब खूब स्वागत है. Honorable Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti ji, Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development, Government of India, तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं. The guest of honor for today's function, Honorable Dr. Sampadananda Mishra ji, the Director Sri Aurobindo Foundation of Indian Culture, Honorable Sri Kamlesh Patel, the most popularly known as the Daji, the Global Master of Heartfulness, our own, the source of inspiration, Padma Bhushan, Professor Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir. I would like to welcome all of you on the behalf of Executive President, Mr. Rahul Vishwanath Karad, Vice Chancellor, the Board of Management, Board of Trustees, all my staff members, students, colleagues. I would like to welcome all of you. My friends, as I mentioned, this world biggest dome is a creation of the great visionary philosopher, Vishwa Vigyan Darshanik, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. The World Peace Dome, dedicated to the Mother India for spreading the message of peace and harmony, to revoke the forgotten ethos, culture and tradition, to bring the chaos to an end, to match the scientific advances or balance with our emotional evolution. As I said just now, the outcome of this 25 long years of endowment lecture series is the creation of this unique, magnificent, world biggest peace dome, World Peace Prayer Hall and library in the name of philosopher Saint Sri Dnyaneshwara. The messages of great minds, scientists, philosophers and thinkers have come together to bring mankind together once again to reflect on the importance of the many facts of life. It has been very popular said, many times we people heard of it, understanding the chemistry of mind. To understand the peace, what brings peace, what is peace, and how does peace helps the mankind. The World Peace Dome is the working laboratory, a peace laboratory. It stands as a testimony to the peace that is result of unification of science, spirituality and philosophy. आम्ही राष्ट्रपती भवनात गेलो होतो. तिथल्या बिहारच्या पर्यटन मंत्र्यांनी सांगितलं की भारत माता का सांस्कृतिक धरोहर इज दिस वर्ल्ड पीस बिगेस्ट डोम, मदर इंडिया टेम्पल ऑफ पीस. श्रोते हो, खूप आनंद होत आहे. 24 नोव्हेंबर 1996 ते 24 नोव्हेंबर 2020 हा 25 वर्षाचा प्रवास, सिल्वर ज्युबिली इयर, सातत्याने सुरू असलेला, अव्याहतपणे सुरू असलेला कुठल्याही शिक्षण संस्थेत, खास करून व्यावसायिक शिक्षण संस्थेत, इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेजमध्ये ज्ञानेश्वर तुकारामांच्या नावाने सुरू असलेली व्याख्यानमाला तेही सतत 25 वर्ष चालू आहे. असा उपक्रम हा केवळ दुर्मिळ आहे. हे कदाचित हे असंभव आहे. हा उपक्रम संत ज्ञानेश्वर आणि संत तुकारामांच्या नावाने असलेला हा मूल्याधिष्ठित शिक्षण, आपण खूप वेळा म्हणतो की व्हॅल्यू बेस्ड युनिव्हर्सल एज्युकेशन सिस्टीम, मूल्याधिष्ठित शिक्षण. मित्रांनो, खऱ्या अर्थाने 25 वर्षापूर्वी या मूल्याधिष्ठित शिक्षणाचा पाया खऱ्या अर्थाने या व्याख्यानमालेपासून जोपासला गेला. मित्रांनो, व्हॅल्यू बेस्ड युनिव्हर्सल एज्युकेशन सिस्टीम, त्याचं प्रात्यक्षिक, त्याच्या खऱ्या अर्थाने डेमॉन्स्ट्रेशन, त्याचं प्रायोगिकत्व या व्याख्यानमालेच्या रूपाने 25 वर्षापासून अव्याहतपणे सुरू आहे. हा ज्ञान यज्ञ, हे ज्ञान संवर्धन, हे ज्ञान व ज्ञानेश्वर सभागृह, हा 25 वर्षाचा प्रवास. यावर्षी या कोरोनाच्या पार्श्वभूमीवर हा कार्यक्रम आपण व्हर्च्युअल स्वरूपात घेतो आहोत, वेब स्वरूपात घेतो आहोत, पण गेली 24 वर्ष हा कार्यक्रम ज्ञानेश्वर सभागृहामध्ये आपण घेतो. मित्रांनो, मला सांगायला खूप आवश्यक वाटतं की या कार्यक्रमाचं एक वैशिष्ट्य आहे की योग दिनाबद्दल आपण खूप बोलतो. या कोरोनाच्या काळात आपण त्याचं महत्व अधिक जाणलं आहे, पण यापेक्षा कितीतरी आधी 24 वर्षाआधी या योगाचा विचार, आचार, प्रचार आणि प्रसार या व्याख्यानमालेच्या माध्यमातून करण्यात आला. केवळ एकच दिवस नाही तर सप्ताहभर आपण या योगाची प्रॅक्टिस करत असतो. आपण सर्वांनाच माहिती आहे की गेल्या 25 वर्षापासून या योगाच्या अभ्यासाचे नियोजन आपण सकाळच्या सत्रात करतो. यावर्षी सुद्धा व्हर्च्युअल स्वरूपात रोज सकाळी 7:30 ते 8:30 या योगाची प्रॅक्टिस आपण करणार आहोत. मित्रांनो, खूपदा प्रश्न पडतो की या व्याख्यानमालेचं वेगळेपण काय आहे. या व्याख्यानमालेचं वेगळेपण असं आहे की आपल्या संपूर्ण स्टाफचं कॅपॅसिटी बिल्डिंग, कॅपॅबिलिटी एन्हान्समेंट, त्यांना बहुश्रुत करायचं, त्यांच्या बहुआयामी व्यक्तिमत्वाचा विकास करायचा, आणि हेच या व्याख्यानमालेचं वैशिष्ट्य आहे. टू मेक देम अकॅडमिकली साऊंड, सोशली रिस्पॉन्सिबल अँड स्पिरिच्युअली अवेअर, डेव्हलपमेंट ऑफ देअर माइंड, बॉडी अँड स्पिरिट, to inculcate the value system in their mind and make them value oriented, holistic, peace loving global citizens. 25 वर्षापासून याचं रोप विश्वनाथ कराड सरांनी लावलं. श्रोते हो, 7 दिवस, 3 पेक्षा जास्त वक्ते, किमान 3 वक्ते, 21 वेगवेगळे विषय, विविध तज्ञ, सर्वांगीण विकास, बहुआयामी व्यक्तिमत्व घडविण्याचा हा प्रयत्न. मला सांगायला पाहिजे की गेल्या 25 वर्षात 500च्या वर मान्यवर वक्त्यांचे मार्गदर्शन, त्यांच्याशी झालेला संवाद, त्यांच्याकडून मिळालेली प्रेरणा, ट्रान्सफॉर्मिंग पर्सनॅलिटी इंटू द विनिंग पर्सनॅलिटी, आणि हेच या व्याख्यानमालेचं फलित, त्याचं महत्व, हेच त्याच्या परिणामात दडलंय. 7 शब्दाला खूप महत्व आहे सर. सप्त सूर, सप्त रंग, सप्त ऋषी, सप्त दिवस व सप्त विषय. आणि मित्रांनो, हे सप्त विषय आहेत आरोग्य, मनशांती, विश्वशांती, मूल्याधिष्ठित शिक्षण, न्याय संस्था, भारतीय प्राचीन संस्कृती, सृजनशीलता आणि विकसनशीलता, तसेच भूतकाळ, वर्तमान काळ आणि भविष्यकाळ, यामध्ये विविध विषयांना विभागित करून या व्याख्यानमालेला मूर्त स्वरूप देण्याचा प्रयत्न गेले 25 वर्ष करण्यात आला. एका विशिष्ट थीमला धरून, संकल्पनेला धरून या व्याख्यानमालेची रचना आपण दरवर्षी करतो. डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सरांचं मार्गदर्शन असतं आणि याच्यात विविध विषय असतात. द युनियन ऑफ सायन्स अँड स्पिरिच्युअलिटी, टू प्रमोट द कल्चर ऑफ पीस इन द वर्ल्ड, टू प्रॅक्टिस द व्हॅल्यू बेस्ड युनिव्हर्सल एज्युकेशन सिस्टीम, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, एकम सत विप्रा बहुधा वदंती, इंडिया विल बिकम विश्वगुरु इन द 21st century, आणि ऑल रिलिजियस स्क्रिप्चर्स दे आर नथिंग बट द लाईफ गायडिंग स्क्रिप्चर्स. आणि सगळ्यात महत्वाचं आहे की द वर्ल्ड पीस डोम इज द पीस लॅबोरेटरी फॉर ट्रान्सफॉर्मिंग द पीस पॅराडाईम. श्रोते हो, हे एंडोमेंट लेक्चर सिरीज आणि ओरिएंटेशन वर्कशॉप इज द युनिक ऍक्टिव्हिटी फॉर लास्ट 24 years फॉर द ओव्हरऑल डेव्हलपमेंट ऑफ द स्टाफ. मी मगाशी म्हटलं तसं पर्सनॅलिटी टू विनिंग पर्सनॅलिटी. परत एकदा सांगतो, इतकी सातत्याने सुरू असलेली व्याख्यानमाला आणि त्याचं सर्व श्रेय प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सरांना आहे. मित्रांनो, मला एवढंच सांगायचं आहे की एक स्वामी विवेकानंदांनी एक खूप छान वाक्य म्हटलंय, द कॅरेक्टर बिल्डिंग इज इक्वली इम्पॉर्टंट ॲज करिअर बिल्डिंग, अँड द 3 aspects आर व्हेरी व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट इन दिस प्रोसेस, द कॅरेक्टर डेव्हलपमेंट, पर्सनॅलिटी डेव्हलपमेंट अँड स्पिरिच्युअल डेव्हलपमेंट. आणि या तिन्हीचा सर्वांगीण विकास या व्याख्यानमालेच्या रूपाने आपणा सर्वांचा झालेला आहे, होतो आहे, घडतो आहे. स्वामीजींनी एक खूप छान वाक्य म्हटलंय की द एक्सपान्शन ऑफ माइंड अँड एक्सपान्शन ऑफ हार्ट इज द पर्पज ऑफ एज्युकेशन. मित्रांनो, या देशासाठी, या भारत मातेसाठी, या मदर इंडियासाठी चिंतन करणारे विद्यार्थी व शिक्षक या विद्यापीठामधून घडले पाहिजेत, अशी आशा स्वामीजी व्यक्त करतात. आणि यासाठीच डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड MIT वर्ल्ड पीस युनिव्हर्सिटी अहोरात्र अखंडपणे यामध्ये कार्यरत आहे. थकथकीच्या जीवनात आपल्याला वाचायला वेळ मिळत नाही. मध्ये एक खूप छान विषय मांडला होता की कॅन वी गेट ह्युमन हॅपीनेस अँड ट्रँक्युलिटी इन डिजिटल इरा, असा विषय आहे. आज स्पेशलायझेशनच्या जगामध्ये आपल्याला 360 डिग्री नॉलेज अपडेट राहायचं असेल तर कानांनी ऐकलं पाहिजे, स्पेशलाइज लोकांकडनं ऐकलं पाहिजे, विविध विषयांवर ऐकलं पाहिजे. आणि यासाठीच हा 25 वर्षापासूनचा अविरत प्रयत्न आहे. मित्रांनो, मी एक वाक्य सांगतो आणि थांबतो. आजच्या या सिल्वर ज्युबिली इयरमध्ये तुमच्या सर्वांचं स्वागत करताना मला मनापासून खूप आनंद होतो आहे. ही व्याख्यानमाला यापुढेही 25 नाही 50 नाही 100 वर्ष ही व्याख्यानमाला सुरू राहणार आहे. हे ज्ञानसत्र अहोरात्र सुरू राहणार आहे आणि तो सोनियाचा दिन असेल की ज्या दिवशी हे 100वे एंडोमेंट लेक्चर सिरीजचा कार्यक्रम याच वर्ल्ड पीस युनिव्हर्सिटीमध्ये त्याच ज्ञानेश्वर सभागृहामध्ये होईल. आपण असू किंवा नसू हा ज्ञानदानाचा हे ज्ञानार्जनाचं कार्य एका दीपस्तंभाप्रमाणे अविरत ज्ञानाचा प्रकाश संपूर्ण समाजाला चिरंतन देत असेल अशी खात्री आहे. पुनश्च एकदा आपणा सर्वांचे मनापासून आभार, आपणा सर्वांचं अभिनंदन, अभिवादन. यावर्षी सुद्धा खूप मोठ्या उपस्थितीमध्ये आपण या 25व्या व्याख्यानमालेचा आस्वाद घेऊ आणि ज्ञानाचं मोठं दालन, नॉलेज डिव्हाइन, ज्ञानसागर जे सरांच्या प्रेरणेतून निर्माण झालं आहे त्याचा आपण सर्वांगीण उपयोग करून घेऊ. खूप खूप धन्यवाद. नमस्कार.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Milind Pandeyji. Thank you very much for once again bringing us and taking us down the memory lane and sharing with us the basic thought behind this endowment lecture series. My friends, it's now time that we grab this very, very important moment in our cameras. But there are no cameras, there are no photographers here, so I would like to request my host, Mr. Ganesh, to capture the photograph of all the attendees here, everyone in the panel, for which I would like to request all the dignitaries who are present in this call in the panel to please put on their cameras so that we can see you. We'll be able to capture this entire frame with us and will cherish the memories in time to come. So I request everyone to please put on their cameras so that we can see you and we can capture this moment. So I would wait for my technical team to give me a nod so that I can proceed. But meanwhile, let me once again request all of you to please put on their cameras so that we can capture this moment in format of a screenshot, I would say, not a photograph. Thank you very much for that group photograph. And now it's time when I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Professor Dr. N.T. Rao, to address the gathering. I would like to now request him to kindly propose his address.
Thank you, Gautam. At the outset, I welcome everyone, all the dignitaries who have come here as part of the Silver Jubilee, launching of Silver Jubilee of Sant Gyaneshwara and Sant Tukaram Endowment Lecture Series. This is something, a proud privilege for me as a person and as an institution also for us. If you look back 25 years ago, what started as maybe as a lecture, one lecture, that movement has now reached 25th year. It was not a simple lecture. The very fact that the World Peace University, the word peace is embodied in our university name, in our ethos. So these lectures, which are now being, as I see, as we count, nearly 700 of them being assembled and listening to all the dignitaries here. So what exactly these endowment lectures are translating into? It's not a simple lecture. That means the messages given by all these scholars, noble souls, all dignitaries, that this is what we actually stand for. This message, if let's say a part of our audiences, the young minds, basically our audiences, our students, the major part of our audiences. And these students understand and take this message from all these scholars, the scientists, and all those big names or all the famous persons who have achieved something in their various fields. And if these students get influenced and practice, I think that's what we as a university would be looking at. Yes, this is what we are actually propagating, that world peace. World peace is not simply, this is a message I always keep saying, that this is a culmination of many activities. 25 years ago, I'm sure nobody would have thought we would be coming to online and we'll be addressing people from across the country and all over the world. So our scholars, our side, Honorable Ministry is also there, Daji is there, another Sri Suresh Prabhuji is there. All these people, these messages. So these are the seeds that we are growing in the minds of young minds, and these seeds would now grow into big plants and then big trees, where the message of peace and co-living and living, this would be spread across. So on that count, we really take privilege. We feel happy that we are doing that, and to enter into to do it for 25 continuous years as an institution, this itself reflects how committed we are for this cause. With these words, I would once again pay my respects and regards to our Honorable Reverend Dr. Vishnu Karad sir. 25 years ago, he started a movement, and which has now come to this stage where more and more people across the society, within the society, are getting influenced by all this movement. And we would be carrying the message of peace to the world. Not only carrying the message, we'll be practitioners. These two are two different things. One is a message and just propagating message. Another is practicing it. This is where I think all of us should pay our respects to our Vishnu Karad sir for this very noble cause which he's been sustaining and continuing for the last 25 years. So once again, welcome to all the dignitaries, and I hope that these next few days would help us to realize ourselves and work towards the noble cause of world peace. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words. My friends, it is now indeed my honor and privilege to request the next guest of honor for this very, very important moment. It is my honor to welcome the Honorable Member of Parliament of Rajya Sabha, former Union Minister of Commerce and Industries, Civil Aviation and Railways, Government of India, Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhuji, to address the gathering. But before I request him, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Shri Suresh Prabhuji.
Shri Suresh Prabhu is a prominent politician from the Bharatiya Janata Party and is currently serving as a member of the Rajya Sabha from Andhra Pradesh. He is also India's Sherpa to the G7 and G20 summits. He was formerly the Minister of Railways, Minister of Commerce and Industry and Civil Aviation in the 2014 Modi cabinet. Before that, he held many important portfolios including the Minister of Power, Minister of Fertilizers and Chemicals, Minister of Environment and Forests, as well as Minister of Industry in Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee's cabinet. He is a Chartered Accountant by profession and a member of the prestigious Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Since 1996, Mr. Prabhu has been repeatedly elected as a Member of Parliament from Rajpur Lok Sabha constituency in Maharashtra. We are honoured to welcome Shri Suresh Prabhu to the 25th Endowment Lecture Series hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much for that film. आणि मी सरांना बोलण्याची विनंती करण्यापूर्वी सांगू इच्छितो की मित्रहो, मला सांगण्यास अतिशय आनंद वाटतो की श्री सुरेश प्रभूजी यांचं मार्गदर्शन आपल्याला कायमच मिळत राहिलेलं आहे. मला अजूनही आठवतं MIT स्कूल ऑफ गव्हर्नमेंटच्या आपल्या ह्या कॅम्पसवर कोथरूडच्या ते एकदा आलेले आहेत. त्यांनी मार्गदर्शन आपल्या विद्यार्थ्यांना दिलेलं आहे. He has also given time in New Delhi to all our students of MIT School of Government. He is very close to Sri Rahul Karatsa, and we are really blessed to have him here today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time. And it is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित होने का मुझे जो मौका मिला, इसके लिए सभी संयोजकों को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। मेरी बहन, मेरी साथी इस कार्यक्रम में भी कुछ समय बाद संबोधित करेगी। साध्वी जी, इस कार्यक्रम में आना उनके लिए बहुत उचित है, क्योंकि इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन करने के पीछे जो मकसद है वो ये है, संत तुकाराम, संत ज्ञानेश्वर, उनके विचारों से प्रेरित होके जीवन किस तरह से जिया जाए, उसमें किस तरह से कठिनाई आती है, उसका सामना किस तरह से करे, और सबसे बड़ी बात कि अपने जीवन का सही मकसद क्या है उसको ढूंढने की कोशिश हम करें उस विचारों के आधार पर। ऐसे मैं समझता हूं कराड़ जी की इस कार्यक्रम आयोजित करने के पीछे इच्छा होगी। तो साध्वी जी का आना इसलिए उचित है क्योंकि अंधकार दूर करते हुए भी हमको ज्ञान प्राप्त हो सकता है, इसलिए वो ज्योति प्रदान करके हमें किस तरह से आगे चलना है उस रास्ता दिखाएगी। और प्रकाश अलग अलग माध्यमों से आता है। आकाश में बिजली आती है तो भी प्रकाश आता है, टॉर्च लाइट लगाएंगे तो भी बहुत प्रकाश आता है, लेकिन निरंजन से जो प्रकाश आता है वो दृष्टि को भी तकलीफ नहीं देता, लेकिन एक मन में एक बहुत ही सोज्जल भाव को प्रज्वलित करता है। इसलिए साध्वी जी का आना, निरंजन के साथ ज्योति का प्रदान करना, मैं मानता हूं आने वाले दिनों में हमारे युवा लोगों को बहुत अच्छा मार्गदर्शन भी करेगी। इस कार्यक्रम में दाजी जी भी आएंगे, हार्टफुलनेस के माध्यम से अपने हृदय के अंदर किस तरह से प्रवेश किया जाता है उसका मार्गदर्शन करेंगे। श्री अरबिंदो जी एक क्रांतिकारी भी थे, देश को स्वतंत्र पाने के लिए भी उनका अभियान उन्होंने चलाया, लेकिन साथ ही में मन को स्वतंत्र करने के लिए भी क्या विचार होना चाहिए, कैसे आचार होना चाहिए, उसके लिए भी सिर्फ उस समय मार्गदर्शन नहीं किया, तो मदर के साथ मिलते हुए हमें आने वाले दिन में चलने का रास्ता भी दिखाया। इसलिए आज के कार्यक्रम में उनका संबोधित करना भी बहुत उचित है। और इन सब की बात करने के बाद मुझे लगता है कि मेरा वहां रहना अनुचित है, क्योंकि ना तो मैं साध्वी हूं, ना तो मैं हार्टफुलनेस से प्रभावित लोगों को कर सकता हूं, ना ही हमारे अरबिंदो जैसे महान तत्ववेत्ता के विचार को आगे लेने जाने वाले जो फाउंडेशन के लोग हैं उनके साथ किसी भी हैसियत से उनके साथ बैठने की मेरी हैसियत भी रही है। लेकिन फिर भी मुझे बुलाया, इसके लिए मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आणि एका गोष्टीसाठी मी विद्यापीठाला धन्यवाद देतो, अशासाठी की अशा तऱ्हेची एक विचारमाला पुढे नेण्यासाठी, व्याख्यानमाला चालू ठेवण्यासाठी 25 वर्ष सातत्याने कार्य केले जाते। ज्ञानेश्वरांचं वैशिष्ट्य काय, आता मी सांगत बसत नाही, आपले सगळीकडे तत्ववेत्ते आहेतच, परंतु ज्ञानातून ईश्वर प्राप्ती, संत तुकाराम अभंगातून आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन करतात। अभंगाचं वैशिष्ट्य काय, जे कधीही भंग होत नाही ते अभंग, असे विचार की जे शेकडो वर्षानंतर नाही तर हजारो वर्षानंतर देखील आपल्याला योग्य मार्ग दाखवतील असे विचार, आणि ज्या विचारांना त्यांनी मूर्त स्वरूप दिलं ते अभंग, जे कधी भंग होणार नाहीत। आपलं जीवन हे काही काळाकरता असतं, परंतु या मर्यादित काळामध्ये आपण जीवन कसं जगतो यावर आपला उर्वरित प्रवास देखील ठरत असतो. आणि त्या प्रवासाबद्दल ज्या ठिकाणी आपल्याला पोहोचायचं त्याची माहिती आपल्याला नसते. परंतु योग्य विचाराने आपण जर केवळ आपल्याला जिथपर्यंत आपलं जीवन आहे तिथपर्यंत माहिती असते तिथपर्यंत चाललो तर तो प्रवास सुखकारक होऊ शकेल अशी आपली श्रद्धा आहे. आणि म्हणून ह्या विचार मालेमधून या व्याख्यानमालेमधून आपल्याला त्याच तऱ्हेचं जीवनाचं मार्गदर्शन होईल असा आपला पूर्णपणे विश्वास आहे. आय एम व्हेरी हॅपी that my young friends are also listening to this program at a time when it looks like that world around us is crumbling. It is falling apart in real sense of the term. All those our beliefs are being questioned. The so-called models of development are giving away to new thinking. The model, and I always never like this word called model, because there is nothing like model. World is evolving, world is changing, it is full of dynamism, so there is nothing like a fixed model. But still, we felt that one successful country with large economy, with huge scientific institutions, ability to innovate is a model. And today, unfortunately, it is not just leading the way in many other ways, but also leading the way in terms of number of infections of pandemic, number of deaths which occur as a result of that. And therefore, no one can now say that I should follow that model. Then that brings us back to, that's why I'm saying my young friends are here, that's why I'm telling you, that brings us back to a very important issue. What is that I should pursue? What should be my mission of my life? One mission of life is spiritual, obviously. If there is anything which is bereft of spirituality, can never survive. Because universality, universal truth always survives. Science dwells upon, derives the knowledge from this universal truth. And universality, universal truth is nothing but spiritual. And therefore spirituality, I'm not talking about religion, I'm talking about spirituality, spiritual. Religions can be rituals, but spiritual is something far, far superior, far, far greater than that. And that spirituality has to be purpose of life. So that is one part. But for my young friends, so that goes without saying. That has to be integral to all our thinking, all our ideas, all our mission. Beyond that, what is that you should do? Is a big question. World, you always say, I want to change the world. In fact, I also had that illusion. When I joined politics 25 years ago, I was the youngest ever chairman of the largest cooperative bank. And that record for anybody, difficult to break, but that is not my record. That was a divine blessing. But when I joined politics, I was leaving behind my career of being a very successful chartered accountant, more than 1,000 clients, few hundred employees and all others. I was asking question to myself, why am I doing it? Somebody asked me, a media person, because there was a lot of media curiosity, why is a person like him joining politics? I told them that I want to change the world. Subsequently, the same media person, after a few years of my being in politics, came and asked me, have you changed the world? I said that was my illusion. I felt I can change the world. Without realizing, forget the world, I cannot even change another person who is sitting next to me. Then what did you do? What did you succeed in doing? I said I only succeeded in doing something. I didn't change with the world. I remained what I was, and you may not even know how much I had to suffer to not to change with the world. The amount of pressures were put on me to compromise, and I refused to yield and budge. Why I'm telling you this? Because my young friends, a path before you has tremendous opportunities. What you can do, and that is why you should derive that strength from spirituality. You can become Santa Dhaneshwar, you can become Santa Tukaram, you can become God yourself. Gautam Buddha was an ordinary prince, and he became Buddha. In fact, one of his only advice to his follower was, including his most important follower, immediate follower, Ananda, was, each one of you can become Buddha, because Buddha is a state of mind. So my friends, you can become what you are capable of, what you want to be, only if you remain true to yourself. Be what you are, and then you will realize what you are capable of. The knowledge, the strength lies within you. And that is what we always believe, the God is within us. And we go all over the world to find him out without knowing that it is within me, and therefore we never bother to know about our own self. Please, at this age, only remember that you are to be true to yourself. Draw upon that knowledge. It is hidden, like a groundwater. You cannot never see it. But that now feeds more population in India than the surface water. So water, in fact, I just came to know about, I was speaking this program only about maybe an hour ago. I was actually within some other program, so I just came into this program. And I'm a literate person, so I never prepare a speech. I cannot read. I would request you that world at this particular point of time is truly at crossroads. Because in my introductory remarks I said, it is crumbling. It's a fact. Because people realize that it's not just one way we can go. That public health will never be a problem. No disease can come. We have enough scientific knowledge. All that is questioned today. Hopefully that vaccine is going to come. What effect that vaccine is going to have, all unknown. And is this the last pandemic we are suffering? Certainly not. Is this the last challenge humanity has? Definitely not. And therefore, all that was built on the premise that we know everything is crumbling. Only thing that we can say for certainty is that we know nothing. That's a good point. If you start with that I'm starting on a clean slate, that's a good thing. All of you are that age where you can start on a clean slate. As J. Krishnamurti used to say, the biggest enemy of a person is the experience. When you go for a job, he'll say, you have experience, then only you apply for a job. Otherwise, young people say, apply, no reply because no experience. And J. Krishnamurti said, experience is the biggest enemy. Because experience binds you to a past. Whereas for youth, the future is where you need to go. And therefore, my friends, explore yourself and build your future. Try to do something which ignites your mind. Swami Vivekananda went to Ramakrishna Paramahansa just out of curiosity, because his friend said there is a great saint living in the temple, let's go and meet him. And then, after some time, he used to be asking, when are you giving me the spiritual vision? He said, I'll keep asking the God. That's all. He never gave him anything. He was frustrated. Then he realized that Ramakrishna Paramahansa wanted him to realize himself. So, my dear friends, he became Swami Vivekananda from Narendra only because he realized himself. Please remember one thing: you can be what you want to be. I really mean it. You can become Einstein, you can become Mahatma Gandhi, you can become Gautam Buddha, you can become anybody. But don't try to be everybody. Don't try to say, I want to be Einstein, Mahatma Gandhi, Swami Vivekananda at the same time. Maybe possible, but I'm saying not necessarily emulate them. Follow their ideas to get motivated. But cultivate your own vision, own mission. That's the only way you can reach where you want to be. And every person is made differently. Every person DNA different. So live by your DNA. Make a life which will never get disintegrated. भंग न पावणारं अभंग जीवन जगण्याचा प्रयत्न आपण आपल्या कृतीमधून, आपल्या विचारातून करावा अशी मी तुम्हाला आग्रहाची विनंती करतो. कधीतरी पुन्हा एकदा मला जाता जाता कोणतरी सांगितलं, माझ्या ऑफिसच्या माणसाने, की तुम्ही मला सांगितलं होतं की पाण्यावर आणि नदीजोड प्रकल्पावर बोला. आता बोलायला सुरुवात केली तर इथून चंद्रभागेपर्यंत विचार वाहत जातील. आणि वारकरी जसे ज्ञानगाव तुकाराम ज्ञानबा तुकाराम करत चालत जातात, मी पण पाणी 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 करत बोलत गेलो तर कदाचित माझी वारी पूर्ण होईल, पण तुमची वारी चुकेल. आणि म्हणून मी आज तुम्हाला एवढीच विनंती करतो की तुमच्यामधल्या असणाऱ्या सुप्त शक्तीला जागृत करा. शुष्क जीवनाला खरा अर्थ आणा आणि जीवन जगण्याला एक, जेव्हा लक्ष्य प्राप्ती करण्याचं एक महत्वाचं टॉनिक मिळतं तेव्हा काय बदल घडू शकतो याचा अनुभव घ्या. आणि मला वाटतं आजच्या या संत ज्ञानेश्वर, संत तुकाराम, खरं मी त्यांच्यावर संत नामदेव पण जोडले पाहिजेत, कारण संत ज्ञानेश्वर आणि संत नामदेवांनी मिळूनच देशभर फिरून जागृती करून एक फार मोठ्या वारकरी समाजाला जन्म दिला. जे वारकरी आज अनेकही दरवर्षी न चुकता पंढरपूरची वारी जात असताना कुठे प्रत्येक ठिकाणी जाऊन त्याच विचाराने प्रेरित होऊन काम करत असतात. ह्या आजच्या व्याख्यानमालेमध्ये मला असं वाटतं की शास्त्र हा विषय देखील तुम्ही या व्याख्यानमालेतून प्रबोधित होऊन काम करू शकता. एक चांगले चित्रकार होण्यासाठी देखील प्रेरणा तुम्हाला ह्याच व्याख्यानमालेतून मिळू शकते. एक कलाकार तुम्ही बनू शकता, राजकारणी होऊ शकता, नाटककार होऊ शकता. का? कारण ते तुमच्यामध्ये आधीच होतं. ती होण्याची क्षमता तुमच्यात होती. तो त्या क्षमतेला जागृत करण्याचं काम तुम्ही संत ज्ञानेश्वर, संत तुकारामांनी सांगितलेल्या विचाराने प्रेरित होऊन त्या विचाराला साथ दिलीत आणि तिथून तुम्हाला जो प्रतिसाद मिळाला त्यामधून तुमचं जीवन घडत जाईल. ते घडावं अशी तुमच्याकडे तुम्हाला आग्रहाची विनंती करतो. मला कार्यक्रमाला बोलवलं त्याबद्दल धन्यवाद देतो. आणि मला कल्पना आहे की आता माझी बहीण साध्वी निरंजन ज्योती देखील बोलणार आहे आणि बाकीचे सर्वजण बोलणार आहेत. दाजी यांचं तुम्हाला मार्गदर्शन मिळणार आहे. आणि म्हणून मी इथेच थांबून एवढ्या मोठ्या सर्व मंडळींच्या सान्निध्यात येण्याची संधी मला मिळाली त्याबद्दल पुन्हा एकदा धन्यवाद देतो. आणि अशी आशा व्यक्त करतो की तुमच्यापैकी अनेक जण या व्याख्यानामधून मिळणाऱ्या प्रेरणेतून, म्हणजे संत ज्ञानेश्वर आणि संत तुकारामांच्या विचारामधून मिळणाऱ्या प्रेरणेमधून आपलं जीवन समृद्ध कराल अशी पूर्णपणे खात्री बाळगतो. नमस्कार.
खूप खूप मनापासून आभार सर. तुम्ही आमचे आभार मानणं म्हणजे आय रिअली हॅव डोंट नो वर्ड्स. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच फॉर बिंग देअर सर. आणि तुम्ही म्हणलात as Sir rightly said, that I didn't compromise and I didn't change towards the bad things. This was my achievement. Indeed. आणि मला वाटतं सर आज सरांचे शब्द ऐकताना ज्ञानेश्वरांच्या शब्दांची पुन्हा एकदा आठवण येत होती, कारण ज्ञानेश्वरांनी हेच म्हणलंय, मी विश्व निर्माण केले नाही किंवा हे विश्व कसे असले पाहिजे या माझ्या मताला देखील काहीही किंमत नाही. तेव्हा हे असे का, ते तसे का, हे असे का नाही वगैरे प्रश्न विचारून वैतागण्याऐवजी जे चूक आहे, जे अयोग्य आहे ते किमान मी करणार नाही एवढं तरी मला नक्कीच ठरवता येईल. आणि हेही नसे थोडके. थँक्यू सर, थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. खूप खूप मनापासून आभार. तुम्ही आज इथे आलात आणि आम्हाला तुमचं मार्गदर्शन मिळालं आणि तुमचे आशीर्वाद कायमच MIT संस्थेच्या मागे, MIT स्कूल ऑफ गव्हर्नमेंटच्या मागे कायमच राहतील. थँक्यू, थँक्यू व्हेरी मच वन्स अगेन फ्रॉम ईच वन ऑफ अस. थँक्यू सर. मित्र,
धन्यवाद.
कार्यक्रमात आता पुढे जाताना ओके, डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सर, मी तुम्हाला विनंती करतो की तुम्ही 2 शब्द बोलू इच्छित आहात, तर प्लीज प्लीज गो अहेड सर.
धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर साहेब, धन्यवाद.
As I mentioned, that MIT School of Government, Chartered Accountant Shri Suresh Prabhuji has always been the staunch supporter of MIT School of Government. I mentioned MIT School of Government quite a couple of times while thanking him, but I'm sure that many of you would be aware of what exactly MIT School of Government is. This is a school that was created by Shri Rahul Karad sir, and while doing so, people, म्हणजे अगदी शुद्ध मराठीत सांगायचं झालं तर लोकांनी अविश्वास दाखवला राहुल सरांच्या संकल्पनेवर की असं कुठलंही स्कूल असू शकत नाही ज्यामध्ये विद्यार्थी येतील, शिकतील आणि त्यातनं भारताचे भावी नेते घडतील. असं कुठलंही स्कूल, कॉलेज, युनिव्हर्सिटी असू शकत नाही असा विचार श्री राहुल कराड सरांना ऐकवला गेला. पण MIT स्कूल ऑफ गव्हर्नमेंटची स्थापना झाली, त्यातनं अनेक नवीन उपक्रमांची स्थापना झाली आणि ज्यांचं आज रूपांतर एका चळवळीत झालेलं आहे. भारतीय छात्र संसद हे देखील ह्या अशाच एका मी म्हणेन कार्यक्रमाचं चळवळीत झालेलं रूपांतर आहे. टू actually make us aware of what exactly I'm talking about, I would like to request my technical team if they could take us through a small film made on MIT School of Government and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. Over to you, team. MIT School of Government is the first institute to initiate the leadership program in politics and government. After the independence, there was a need to have an institution to train the aspiring politicians or the young leading generation of the country. In 2005, MIT SOG was conceptualized by Rahul V. Karad, the executive president of MIT World Peace University, Pune, with a vision of creating ethical, spirited and committed political leadership for the country from the grassroots and from all walks of life. MIT School of Government is now a part of MIT World Peace University. It offers a 2-year postgraduate degree program in political leadership and government, MPG. The program comprises of 1 year on-campus learning and 1 year off-campus training. Young leaders of our country should respect the politics. They should not feel that all politicians are corrupt. In order to strengthen the democracy, students having good character and value should enter the politics. This is the thought given by Rahul Karad. MIT SOG is spreading this thought in the youngsters. Till date, more than 350 young leaders are set for their mission. They have grabbed key positions in the political parties or government regulatory organizations, and some have succeeded in getting the memberships of the legislative bodies. Obviously, It has backbone of the education imparted at MIT School of Government. Eminent speakers from all walks of life, be it politics, journalism, economics, sociology, film, guide the participants. Students are exposed to listening, meeting, interacting with more than 100 various scholars and speakers throughout the year. This is the peculiarity of this unique residential learning program. As a part of the program, students visit the villages, study their administrative systems, and also extend visits to the state assemblies, houses of the parliaments, etc. While doing this, they learn to differentiate, make comparative study of the developed and underdeveloped villages, better and progressive constituencies. Visits to various party offices, government offices make such student rich in knowledge and experience. They go to different parts of the country to meet the politicians and get trained with them. The program comprises of the one-year internship, which facilitates the students to learn directly from the politicians or in their offices. They are exposed to various social issues also. International study tour makes the student compare various political systems, ideologies, structure of nations. Their vision is broadened and mindset is changed. Rahul Kannad, the founder of MIT School of Government, says that in order to strengthen the democracy, educated young generation must lead the politics. To support his ideology and expand the horizon of the School of Government, he initiated the largest platform of student leaders of the country called Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad or Indian Students' Parliament. A large number of selected student leaders across the country represent in Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. Till date, more than 2 lakh student leaders are directly or indirectly benefited or are associated with the Students' Enclave. This 3-day program is witnessed by large number of eminent guests from politics, social field, industry, science, spirituality, journalism, etc. Student leaders get an opportunity to express their thoughts in various sessions. Resolutions are passed by the students by voting and which are sent to respective government bodies. Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is now can be said to be the largest classroom of politically motivated students. MIT School of Government is thus molding the students to empower themselves for knowledge, power and courage. This is a small contribution of MIT School of Government towards the nation building. Thank you very much for that film. And now, it's quite apt that I invite the Senior Director of School of Government at MIT World Peace University, the former IPS, Shri Ravindranath Patilji. I would now like to request him to kindly address the gathering. Over to him.
Our esteemed Chief Guest and the Union Minister of State for Rural Development, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti ji, former Union Minister for Railways and Commerce, Shri Suresh Prabhu ji, today's guest of honor, Dr. Sampanananda Mishra ji, Global Spiritual Guide of Heartfulness, Honorable Shri Kamlesh Patel ji, an epitome of idealism for the entire MIT World Peace University and Myers family, the UNESCO chairholder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Ji Karad sir, other respected dignitaries and dear friends. On behalf of our beloved Executive President, Shri Rahul Karad sir, all the trustees and staff of MIT World Peace University, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Shri Rahul Karad sir is little unwell today. However, he has conveyed his sincere regards to all the dignitaries. Respected Sadhvi ji, Shri Rahul Karad sir is a devout follower of your spiritual discourses on Bhagavad Katha. He often refers to one of your sayings, बंधुओं, घर में देवता कोई ना हो, लेकिन मां देवता हो, पिता हो, उनका अपमान कभी ना कीजिएगा. We at MIT World Peace University are extremely honored to have you, respected Suresh Prabhu ji, respected Dr. Sampadananda Mishra ji, and Honorable Daji to inaugurate the 25th Endowment Series lectures. Under the guidance of revered Dr. Vishwanath Ji Karad sir, we are continuously striving to uphold the highest spiritual traditions of the nation. As we are celebrating the silver jubilee of Sant Shri Jnaneshwar and Sant Shri Tukaram Endowment Lecture Series, every MITian is filled with pride being the flag bearer of this incredible tradition. As we do a Sinhavalokan, we firmly believe that we have become better human beings thanks to the noblest thoughts expressed by one of the purest souls during the endowment series. Nurturing students for mere academic syllabus was an easy path that we had. However, we chose a difficult one. That is to imbibe great character, human values, and an unfettered commitment to world peace amongst the students. And what could be a better example than the MIT School of Government, our flagship institute to nurture future political leaders. It was conceptualized by our visionary leader, Shri Rahul Karad sir, in the year 2005. And within the last 1.5 decades, the MIT School of Government has been diversified into probably the biggest student movement in India, the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. It has given birth to various other platforms for the empowered women, village sarpanchs, teachers, medical professionals, lawyers, and so on. As a future endeavor, we wish to kindle the nationalist spirit amongst the students of MIT World Peace University in the form of democracy, leadership, governance, and peace, or the DLGP program. As we look forward to be enlightened by our eminent dignitaries, I am reminded of a Sanskrit verse from Rigveda. Ano bhadraha kartavo yantu vishwatah. May noble and auspicious thoughts come to us from all over the world. With this prayer, I once again welcome you to this Jnana Yajna, the holy pyre of knowledge and wisdom. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that address. And now it's time, it's indeed my honor and privilege to invite the chief guest of this session to address the gathering, the Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development, Government of India, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti ji. But before I invite, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Honorable Minister.
Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti is a politician belonging to the Bharatiya Janata Party. In May 2019, she was appointed Minister of State in the Ministry of Rural Development in the Narendra Modi 2019 cabinet. Previously, she had been appointed as the Minister of State for Food Processing Industries in November 2014. She represented Hamirpur constituency in the Uttar Pradesh Legislative Assembly in 2012 and represents the Fatehpur constituency, Uttar Pradesh, in the Lok Sabha since 2014. Working tirelessly towards the development of rural communities as well as addressing the problems of women, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti is well known for her various initiatives and contributions to further these aims. We are honored to welcome Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti to the 25th Endowment Lecture Series hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Sadhvi ji, thank you very much for your presence. We welcome all of you. We welcome you on behalf of everyone in the organizing team. And now, without taking a single moment, I request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am. Is she audible? आपकी आवाज नहीं सुनाई दे रही है कि शायद आई थिंक you're on mute.
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, yes, yes. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
अच्छा, नमस्कार, सभी को मैं अभिनंदन करती हूँ और उस संतों की पावन धारा को प्रणाम करती हूँ। आज के इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में, जिसको 25 साल पूर्ण हो रहे हैं, ऐसे व्याख्यानमाला में मुझे आपने आमंत्रित किया, इसके लिए मैं आपकी आभारी हूँ। और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में मेरे बड़े भाई बहुत ही सरल सहज भारत सरकार में मंत्री रहे और जिस काम को मैंने कभी भी कहा होगा उन्होंने तत्काल किया। ऐसे आदरणीय सुरेश प्रभु जी, डॉक्टर संपदानंद मिश्रा जी, श्री कमलेश पटेल जी, श्री पद्म विभूषण डॉक्टर विजय पी बाटकर जी, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ जी और इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजक श्री राहुल कराड़ जी, कार्याध्यक्ष MIT विश्व शांति विश्वविद्यालय पुणे महाराष्ट्र। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में मैं उतनी देर से देख रही हूँ, जब से आपका ये विश्वविद्यालय शुरू हुआ होगा तब से कोई ना कोई अतिथि इस व्याख्यानमाला में आए होंगे और मैंने सबको देखा और सुना भी। हमारा देश संतों से परिपूर्ण देश है, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र की धरती, जहां संत तुकाराम जैसे, ज्ञानेश्वर जैसे बहुत ऐसे महापुरुष हुए हैं, जिनके नाम से यह विश्वविद्यालय व्याख्यानमाला चल रही है। हमारा देश एक ऐसा देश है, हमारे देश की मान्यता है, हमारे देश में पूरे विश्व को हम परिवार मानते हैं और पूरे विश्व को व्यापार बाजार मानता है। दोनों में अंतर है। हमारे यहाँ संतों की दृष्टि है, संतों ने दृष्टि दी है और इसीलिए मैं एक बात हमेशा कहा करती हूँ, क्योंकि इस कार्यक्रम में बहुत सारे लोग देश से विदेश से ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए सभी सम्मानित विद्वजनों का मैं अभिनंदन करती हूँ। हमारे देश की एक दृष्टि है और इसीलिए संत कहते हैं कि संसार बदलने की जरूरत नहीं है, दृष्टिकोण बदलने की जरूरत है। अभी सुरेश प्रभु जी मेरे विषय पर जब मेरा नाम ले रहे थे, चर्चा कर रहे थे, ये बात सही है कि मेरे गुरुदेव का नाम दिया हुआ है, और हम लोग उस परंपरा के मानने वाले लोग हैं जहां संत तुकाराम जी, ज्ञानेश्वर जी, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी, स्वामी आदि गुरु आचार्य शंकराचार्य जी, निम्बारकाचार्य जी, वल्लभाचार्य जी, रामानुजाचार्य जी, बहुत ऐसे सारे संत हुए हैं। उस संत परंपरा के हम लोग मानने वाले हैं। और ये बात सही है कि हमारे देश में जहां हमने भौतिक उन्नति की है, वही हमें सही भारत को विश्व गुरु नहीं कहा गया। ज्ञान की दृष्टि में प्रतिदिन योगासन होता है। ये बात सही है कि हमारे देश ने हमेशा विश्व को दृष्टि दी है, दिशा दी है, चाहे योग के द्वारा हो, चाहे वेदांत के द्वारा हो, चाहे आध्यात्मिक दृष्टि से हो, चाहे और दृष्टियां हो। इसीलिए मैं एक बात कहा करती हूं, आपके इस कार्यक्रम का विषय है शांति संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने के लिए। जहां संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने में विज्ञान, धर्म और दर्शन, इन तीनों को जहां मेल है, वहां विज्ञान भी बढ़ता है, धर्म भी सुरक्षित रहता है और दर्शन भी सुरक्षित रहता है। मैं एक बात कहा करती हूं, मैं ये नहीं कहती कि कौन किसको मानता है। हमारे यहाँ शंकराचार्य जी ने लिखा है, रुचि नाम वैचित्रात दृच कुटिल नाना पति दुसाम नाम एको गम्य तुमस्य पैसाम मरणयो। आदि गुरु आचार्य शंकर ने कहा कि रुचि नाम वैचित्रात, मेरे देश में रुचियां विचित्र हैं। आपने देखा होगा, कोई नदी पश्चिम को बहती है, कोई दक्षिण को बहती है, कोई पूरब को बहती है, कोई उत्तर को बहती है, लेकिन सबका लक्ष्य सागर है और सागर में पहुंच करके ही वो नदियां शांत होती हैं। ऐसे ही हमारे देश में चाहे पूज्य तुकाराम जी महाराज जी का दिया हुआ ज्ञान हो, चाहे ज्ञानेश्वर जी का दिया हुआ ज्ञान हो, चाहे स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की दृष्टि हो, चाहे शंकराचार्य जी की दृष्टि हो, चाहे रामानुजाचार्य की हो, चाहे निम्बारकाचार्य की हो, चाहे वल्लभाचार्य की हो, चाहे रामानुजाचार्य की हो, इन सब की दृष्टियां एन केन प्रकारण ये जीव कैसे सुखी हो। हम जहां भौतिक दिशा में जाकर के सुख शांति ढूंढते हैं, संत कहते हैं वह शांति क्षणिक होती है, वो टिकाऊ नहीं होती है। यदि भौतिक शांति को हम टिकाऊ चाहते हैं तो हमें आध्यात्मिक की तरफ जाना ही पड़ेगा, आध्यात्मिक दृष्टिकोण अपनाना ही पड़ेगा। मैं एक बात कहा करती हूँ, नजरें बदली तो नजारे बदल गए और किश्ती का रुख बदला तो किनारे बदल गए। यह हमारा दृष्टिकोण है। यहाँ छात्र भी पढ़ रहे होंगे, जहां हम वैज्ञानिक बनेंगे, डॉक्टर बनेंगे, इंजीनियर बनेंगे और बहुत कुछ करेंगे, लेकिन इन सब बातों के साथ साथ हमारा जीवन कैसा हो, हमारा जीने का तरीका कैसा हो। एक व्यक्ति जीता है, मैं एक बात कहा करती हूँ हमेशा कि एक जगह एक मंदिर बन रहा था। मंदिर में 3 मजदूर काम कर रहे थे। तीनों मजदूरों से एक संत ने पूछा कि भाई क्या कर रहे हो। एक ने कहा मैं बोझ ढो रहा हूँ। एक से पूछा तुम क्या कर रहे हो, बोले मैं परिवार पाल रहा हूँ। तीसरे से पूछा कि तुम क्या कर रहे हो, बोले मैं भगवान का मंदिर बना रहा हूँ। अब तीनों की दृष्टि में फर्क है। एक काम तो तीनों एक जैसे कर रहे हैं, मेहनत एक जैसे कर रहे हैं, लेकिन तीनों के दृष्टिकोण में फर्क है। क्यों? क्योंकि एक बोझ ढो रहा है, एक परिवार पाल रहा है और एक भगवान का मंदिर बना रहा है। बस इतना ही फर्क है। विश्वविद्यालय में पढ़ने वाले छात्रों से मेरा अनुरोध है, इतना ही फर्क है, हमारा दृष्टिकोण पर फर्क है। हम डॉक्टर बने, वो भी हमारे लिए सेवा का कार्य हो। हम इंजीनियर बने, वहां भी हमारी सेवा भावना हो। हम राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में जाएं, वहां भी हमारा सेवा भावना हो। क्योंकि अपने सुखी होने के लिए हम कोई भी काम करें और यदि अंदर से हमारे जीवन में सुखी होने का तरीका नहीं है तो हम सुखी नहीं हो सकते हैं। इसीलिए हमारे शास्त्रों ने कहा, हम वो दृष्टि देते हैं, हम अपने सुख की कामना बाद में करते हैं, हम विश्व के सुखी होने की कामना करते हैं। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मां कश्चित् दुःख भाग भवेत्। हम विश्व की कामना करते हैं, हम विश्व सुखी हो, हम उसकी कामना करते हैं। तो मैं एक अनुरोध करती हूँ कि आज हम ऐसे संतों के इस विश्वविद्यालय के संत तुकाराम और संत ज्ञानेश्वर जी महाराज जी के व्याख्यान माला में अनेक प्रकार के हमारे संतों ने प्रयास किए हैं शांति के लिए। शांति तो कहीं भी मिल जाएगी, थोड़ी देर भोजन करेंगे शांति मिल जाएगी, छाया में बैठेंगे शांति मिल जाएगी, सर्दी लगी है धूप में बैठेंगे शांति मिल जाएगी। लेकिन जो सदा के लिए शांति है वो कैसे मिलेगी? जिसके लिए भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन को कहा, अर्जुन अभी तू युद्ध किसके लिए कर रहा? अपने सुख के लिए कर रहा, अपने आत्मसम्मान के लिए कर रहा है, और एक दिन आप दुखी होगे। और यही युद्ध जब परमात्मा को समर्पित करके करोगे तो दुखी नहीं हो सकते। और आपने गीता में पढ़ा भी होगा, संत ज्ञानेश्वरी जी की गीता बहुत अच्छी है, बहुत प्रकार की गीताओं पर टीका हुई है। गीता में जब भगवान कृष्ण के पास अर्जुन गया, युद्ध की लालसा से गया, अर्जुन ने कहा मुझे आपका साथ चाहिए, आपका सहयोग चाहिए। भगवान ने कहा मैं सहयोग तो दूंगा, लेकिन मेरे हाथ में कोई अस्त्र शस्त्र नहीं होगा। अर्जुन ने कहा प्रभु अस्त्र शस्त्र नहीं, आप मेरे सारथी बन जाओ। बस मेरा भी यही लक्ष्य है, मेरा भी मेरे बंधुओं से छात्रों से निवेदन है कि हमारे सारथी कौन है? हम अभी अपने मन को सारथी बनाए हैं, और जब मन सारथी बन जाता है ना, ये मन हमारे को कहीं न कहीं धोखा देता है। इसलिए संत कहते हैं मन को सारथी मत बनाओ, सारथी बनाना है तो बुद्धि को बनाओ, विवेक को बनाओ। संत यही बार बार हमें निवेदन करते हैं कि यह भारत हमारा एक ऐसा विश्व है, विश्व में उपभोक्तावाद है, हमारे भारत में उपभोक्तावाद नहीं, हमारे यहाँ परिवारवाद है। और भारत आज विश्व दौड़ में लगा हुआ है, उपभोक्तावाद के उसमें दौड़ में लगा हुआ है, प्रतिद्वंदता है। और यही कारण है, आप देख रहे हैं आतंकवाद का जन्म क्या है, अलगाववाद का जन्म क्या है, नक्सलवाद है क्या? ये उपभोक्तावाद है। जब विश्व उपभोक्तावाद की तरफ जाता है, इसी प्रकार की घटनाएं होती हैं। मेरे देश ने कभी उपभोक्तावाद को महत्व नहीं दिया, मेरे देश ने हमेशा शांति का संदेशा दिया है। धन दौलत से भौतिक सुख प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, खरीद सकते हैं, उसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है, मकान बना सकते हैं, लेकिन आत्म सुख, आत्म शांति, अपना स्वरूप हम धन दौलत से नहीं प्राप्त कर सकते। वो प्राप्त कर सकते हैं तो संतों की शरण में जाने के बाद। और यही कारण है, जब अर्जुन का मोह दूर नहीं हुआ, तब अर्जुन को बाद में कहना पड़ा मैं आपका शिष्य हूं, अब आप जो कहें वो करने के लिए तैयार हूं। तब भगवान ने 18 अध्याय गीता सुनाई। 18 अध्याय गीता सुनाने के बाद भगवान ने पूछ दिया, कश्चिद अज्ञान सम्मोह, हे अर्जुन तुम्हारा मोह नष्ट हुआ? अर्जुन को कहना पड़ा नष्टो मोहा स्मृति लब्ध्वा तत्प्रसाद मया अच्युत, हे अच्युत आपकी कृपा से मेरा मोह नष्ट हो गया। तो हमारे यहाँ शांति की खोज अलग तरीके से है। हमारा देश, हमारा समाज सभ्य समाज है, हम विभिन्न मान्यताओं के लोग हैं। यहाँ बाइबिल को मानते हैं, कुरान को मानते हैं, गुरु ग्रंथ साहब को मानते हैं, गीता को मानते हैं, हमारे यहाँ उपनिषद हैं, वेद हैं, शास्त्र हैं। मैंने पहले ही कहा कि हमें जो भी रास्ता अच्छा लगे, रुचि नाम वैचित्र्याग द्रज कटिल नाना पदिश्चा, जो रास्ता अच्छा लगे उस रास्ते से जा करके हम उस परम शांति को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, परम सुख को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। और यही हमारा देश, हमारे देश की संस्कृति, यही हमारी शिक्षा हमें आगे बढ़ाने का काम करती है। हमारे जीवन में मानव कल्याण की सेवा के लिए बढ़ करके और कोई धर्म नहीं है। यदि हम उपासना पद्धति को धर्म मान ले तो मैं मानती हूं कि उपासना पद्धति धर्म नहीं है। धर्म तो ये तो पूजा पाठ है। कोई नमाज अदा करता है, कोई बाइबल पढ़ता है, कोई मंदिर में जाकर के पूजा करता है, लेकिन धर्म किसको कहते? गोस्वामी जी कहते हैं सबसे सेवक धर्म कठोरा, सबसे कठिन धर्म कौन सा है? वो है सेवा का धर्म। मैं एक बात हमेशा कहा करती हूँ, किसी के काम जो आए उसे इंसान कहते हैं, पराया दर्द दो जाने उसे भगवान कहते हैं। हमारी इस धरती में भगवान कौन है? जो किसी गरीब के काम आ जाए, किसी पीड़ित के काम आ जाए, किसी दुखी के काम आ जाए, वही तो भगवान है। हम किसी को अशांत व्यक्ति को शांति में बैठा सके। आज शांति की वैकल्पिक लड़ाई पूरा विश्व लड़ रहा है, लेकिन हमारे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, माननीय सुरेश प्रभु जी को मालूम है कि जब योग दिवस पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आगे किया, भारत ने ही नहीं, भारत के उस योग को पूरे विश्व ने अपनाया। और आज भारत के अंदर कोरोना से यदि लड़ने की कुछ क्षमता है तो वह है भारत की देन योग, आयुर्वेदिक। यही इस महामारी से बचाने का कुछ न कुछ कारण बन रहा है। मैं आप सबसे अपील करती हूं कि आप जिस संस्था से हैं उस संस्था में तो अभी आई नहीं हूं, कोरोना खत्म होगा तो जरूर आपके बीच में आऊंगी। मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाहती हूं कि आज के इस आपाधापी भाग दौड़ में हम लोग अभी मत भूलें कि कोरोना खत्म हो गया है। मैं उनको श्रद्धांजलि देना चाहती हूं जो हमारे कोरोना योद्धा, डॉक्टर्स, पुलिस कर्मी, सफाई कर्मी, सेवा करने वाले लोग, दूसरों की सेवा करते करते अपने प्राणों की आहुति दे दी है, उनको मैं नमन करती हूं, उनको श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करती हूं। और आज भी मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करती हूं, इस कोरोना के संकट के दौर पर जब पूरा विश्व जूझ रहा है, भारत भी उससे पीछे नहीं है, उस समय हम आप सबको बहुत धैर्य की जरूरत है, नियम के पालन की जरूरत है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बार बार आग्रह है कि हम 2 गज दूरी, मास्क जरूरी, ये जरूर अपना करके चलें। मैं पुनः इस विश्वविद्यालय में पढ़ने वाले छात्रों से अनुरोध करती हूं, शुरू में एक श्लोक बोला गया था और मैं भी उसको दोहराना चाहती हूं। हमारा देश मातृदेवो भव, पितृदेवो भव, आचार्य देवो भव। हमारे यहाँ जल को देवता, पृथ्वी को देवता, अग्नि को देवता, वायु को देवता, सूर्य को देवता, जो देता है उसे देवता ही मानते हैं। मैं आपसे निवेदन करती हूँ, जिस विश्वविद्यालय में आप पढ़ते हैं वो जो आपके गुरु हैं वो आपको दे रहे हैं। और मैं अपना उदाहरण बता रही हूँ, जब मैं पहली बार मंत्री बनी, मुझे 5वीं कक्षा में जिस गुरु ने मुझे पढ़ाया था, जब मैं मंत्री पद की शपथ लेकर के आई, उनके अंदर कितना अपार आनंद था। क्यों आनंद था कि जिनको हमने पढ़ाया आज इतनी ऊंचाई तक पहुंचे। तो इस विद्यालय में पढ़ने वाले छात्रों, मेरे प्यारे बच्चों, जब आप ऊंचाई को छुएंगे तो आपके पढ़ाने वाले आचार्य बंधु आप पर गर्व करेंगे, आप पर नाज करेंगे, आप पर उनको गर्व होगा। तो मेरा आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि आज के दिन इस व्याख्यान माला में मैं बस इतने कहना चाहती हूँ, एक मैथिली शरण गुप्त जी की कविता है, कुछ काम करो, कुछ काम करो,
बिल्कुल
जग में
बिल्कुल सही
रहकर
कहा आपके
निज
भाषण
नाम
में।
करो।
As you
ये
rightly
जन्म
said,
हुआ किस अर्थ न हो, समझो जिससे व्यर्थ न हो, कुछ तो उपयुक्त करो तन को, नर हो न निराश करो मन को। यह अपने जीवन में अपना करके चले।
थैंक यू वेरी
आज
मच
के
साध्वी
दिन
जी।
आपने
आपने
मुझे
बहुत ही
कुछ
अच्छी
कहने के
तरह
लिए
से
अवसर दिया। बहुत
यू
बहुत
मेड
धन्यवाद।
अस अंडरस्टैंड द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ द वे वी शुड लिव लाइफ। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दैट। और आपने एक बहुत अच्छा कहा, जो मैं आपको फिर से एक बार दोहराना चाहूंगा। संत ज्ञानेश्वर जी ने भी हमें एक चीज सिखाई है, जिसमें वो कहते हैं, मुझे कभी ना कभी किसी ना किसी प्रकार का दुख मिलने वाला है। मुझे ये चीज हमेशा ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए और मेरे आजू बाजू के लोगों की हमेशा मदद करनी चाहिए। And Sadhvi ji, you rightly mentioned that we must understand the way peace will come to us. Thank you very much once again, and on behalf of everyone in the organizing team, I would like to thank you from bottom of our hearts. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Thank you. And now, it's time that I invite the next very, very important person in Bharat sir's thoughts are largely, I would say, greatly influenced by the thoughts and the teachings given by Daji. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. It is my honor now to request my technical team if they can please play a small film made on life and work of Daji. Over to you.
Sri Kamlesh D. Patel, also known as Daji amongst his followers, is a spiritual leader, author, and the fourth in the line of Raj Yoga Masters in the Sahaj Marg system of the spiritual practice of the Sri Ramchandra Mission. Presently, he is the president of Sri Ramchandra Mission. He succeeded his spiritual guide Sri Parthasarthi Raj Gopalchari after his death in 2014. Daji has conducted various workshops on spirituality in cities across India and the US. Daji has also written a book titled Designing Destiny and co-authored the non-fiction bestseller The Heartful Way. He is also a regular contributor to several spiritual as well as wellness magazines and blogs. We are honored to welcome Sri Kamlesh D. Patel to the 25th Endowment Lecture Series hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much, Daji. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and being here with us to bless all of us without taking a single minute extra. I'm now going to request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
So, Namaskar ji. Namaskar to everyone. My hearty pranams. My special thanks to Professor Dr. Viswanath Kharad, as well as Sri Rahul Kharad, Professor Milind Patre for inviting me. My hearty pranams to Honorable Sadhvi ji, Niranjan Jyoti ji.
Namaskar.
Namaskar ma, namaskar.
Namaskar,
Shri Suresh
namaskar.
Prabhu, Honorable Sampadananda Mishra, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar. This 25th Anniversary Endowment Lecture Series of MIT Pune has been named after two great saints of Maharashtra, Saint Sri Dhyaneshwar, who almost 700 years back wrote his commentary on Bhagavad Gita at the age of 16, merely at the age of 16, because he sought to know the ultimate reality that he believed was nothing other than pure intelligence and pure consciousness. Saint Tukharam ji, from the same lineage, propagated later on the message of great saints of Bhakti movement to help them reform human communities and lift the human life to a spiritual height, reading it off, all is wrong. All the wrong notions. You know, when I was at the age of 6 or 7, I don't remember exactly which year I saw the movie, Sant Tukharam. It touched my heart very deeply, and especially the film song, ज्योत से ज्योत जलाते चलो, प्रेम की गंगा बहाते chalo. See, it's a beautiful song and beautiful message. This jyot is nothing but a symbol of knowledge, symbol of light that dispels darkness, darkness of ignorance, and that's why we learn from our Gurujans. And prem ki ganga bahate chalo. Ganga means a flow, a river. It is not loving one person here and one person there, but it's a continuous flow of river of love. It's a strikingly beautiful message, and I hope all our youngsters as well as the elders also embrace such a message of spreading divine light, spreading divine knowledge, and especially allow the continuous flow of love to flow from their heart. Not just loving one individual or two individuals, but loving one and all. That's the epitome of bhakti. Today's human needs such inspiration more than ever before. We live in a time when the planet faces major crises at so many levels. We have escalated from an ongoing global stress pandemic to a COVID pandemic, and that also multiplies the stress. Anxiety and stress levels are simply skyrocketing. As the human race, I feel that we have created a culture of stress. What we now require is a culture of peace. The ability to feel relaxed in the mind and heart is a skill. Most of us today are constantly worried about our health, what may happen to our dear ones, our well-being of the family, our work, the future of our world. As stress levels and the fear are shooting through the roof, we are in the dire need to find even few minutes of peace each day. You know, to me, a striking message from Lord Krishna, it's so important. He says, in this world of stress, how would you find happiness? The goal of everyone, from insect to animals to human beings, is to arrive at some level of happiness. But how can you enjoy happiness unless there is some peace within and surrounding you? If there is restlessness, I don't think anyone can be happy. It is only in a peaceful environment that we can embrace, we can hug these elements of peace. And peace is not possible, according to Lord Krishna, unless and until you develop a contemplative mind. And he questions Arjuna, how can you arrive at such a contemplative mind unless you have a focused mind? And how can you arrive at a focused mind? How can you regulate your mind? Unless and until you meditate. So my urge, my constant urge to all of you is to connect these dots. That unless and until I meditate, I will not be able to regulate my mind. If I cannot regulate my mind, I cannot remain focused. If I cannot remain focused, I cannot become contemplative. And in absence of contemplative mind, forget about peace. And if there is no peace, where will you find happiness in this world? Happiness or contentment through meditation is achievable. We become actually what we practice. Some of you are going to study engineering. Some of you will be studying pharmacy, management, etc. What will you become at the end of your practice? You cannot become doctor after studying engineering. But meditation and yoga, it's such a thing that overall heightens our existence. If you're a doctor, it will make you a better doctor. If you're an engineer, having done meditation, you'll become a better engineer. Even if you lead a normal family life, you will be able to lead a very good and very happy family life, provided your mind is in the right place. And all these magical things happens through yoga. Again, quoting Lord Krishna, I say with a lot of confidence that it is only through yoga that we become masterfully skillful. Yogaha karmasu kausalam. See, with the practice, especially of dhyan, you can find precious moments where you can get settled within ourselves. Instead of allowing the mind to run around, we can settle down within our hearts. With practice, to learn how to be poised, how to become still, how to look within and adjust our behaviors and talks. Whenever the challenges come our way, it is not that we will not face challenges. We are surely going to face challenges every step of the way. Life is not about, not facing the challenges. More challenges we face, stronger we shall become. And every time we face a challenge, if you can just close your eyes for 2 minutes and reflect on the nature of the problem, you will be able to fight it out bravely, masterfully, and with a lot of courage. And I'm sure you can succeed because you have analyzed this problem with your silent mind. Like a car on the road that is going too fast, perhaps. If the driver behind the wheel is capable of slowing down, then obstacles on the road can be avoided in anticipation. The most important thing in a car is not the accelerator, it's the brake. One has to know when to brake. In life also, one has to know when to slow down, reflect, pause and reflect. And this pausing and reflection takes a different meaning when we close our eyes and meditate. Dhyan is the only thing that can spread peace. The inner peace we create in our hearts, it translates not only as peace in our words and peace in our thoughts, but it will reflect in our behaviors, in our action. Every fabric of our life will be touched by this contagious, love-filled peace. It is not silence, because silence can be troublesome at times. This heartfulness way of meditation training starts with a guided meditation. Guided relaxation first, then we do the meditation, etc. And you can easily learn this. Anyone and everyone can learn this simple way of meditation. It's free for all. The specialty of this meditation is yoga, pranahuti. Without this pranahuti, you cannot dive deeper. One day I had written a letter to Modi ji also that you wasted 9 or 10 hours in that cave. What sort of a meditation, Modi ji, are you doing that you have to spend 10 hours and not arriving at samadhi? Samadhi, even if it is arrived at for 2 minutes, it's more than enough. Sadhviji can endorse on this, that even 2 minutes of samadhi is eternal. Why waste time for 10 hours? What sort of a meditation are you doing that it demands 10 hours from you? Heartfulness way of meditation is so special. It can be measured also. Because every meditation affects our consciousness, our chitta. And what is chitta? Nothing but thoughts or absence of thoughts. These thoughts, whenever they are running in our mind, there's a neurological process. This process includes not only electrical activities through the nerves, but also the chemical activities. So there is this electrochemical activities in the brain. This can create a magnetic field, electromagnetic field in the brain. That can be measured when they hook us up on prolapses. Then this wave pattern that you see, suppose if you hook up this prolapse with a child, let us say a young one, 3 years old, they will have the fast, very fast gamma waves, almost 31 to 120 hertz speed. For an adult, it will be more normal in the waking state. When you measure wave pattern of a normal human being at adult, it will be much lesser. It will be in the range of 25 to 30 perhaps. And when we are about to go to sleep, it will further reduce because our mental activities are reducing as we are going to sleep. It will drop from theta waves of 4.0 to 7.0 hertz. And as we go down deep into a very deep sleep, it can go up to between 0.5 and 0.3 hertz. In meditation, what generally happens is when we go deep into samadhi, mind becomes very still. Even if you have thoughts, they are not disturbing. And your thoughts wavelength, frequencies will be so reduced that the electromagnetic impact will be almost as if you are in sleep, but you're wide awake. This in our yoga shastras is known as turiya state, turiya condition, which is experientiable. I'm not talking to you from my head. I'm talking to you with all my experience, and I guarantee that even if you are a first-time meditator, I promise you that with the help of the yogic transmission, you can achieve those depths of samadhi. You can achieve not only samadhi, but allow it to extend beyond these meditative hours during your working hours, you see. What is the use of dhyan or meditation, having done for 5 minutes or half an hour, but your rest of your life during daytime remains on an oscillator? It's not good. So I urge you to go through this experiment that you can meditate without transmission and meditate with this yogic transmission and see the difference. Students, I do understand that you have some doubts about spirituality. It is okay, because nobody has given us the proof that spirituality is great, religion is great. We, with scientific bent of mind, are always searching for proof. I assure you to provide you this experiential proof, and then it's in your hands. Because of this meditation and impact of meditation, you can not only
I think there is some technical glitch from Daji, can you hear us?
On? Okay, sir. Am I on now?
Yeah, he's on. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. So this amygdala, which is one of the organ in the brain, it's a cluster of cells. It triggers some levels of hormones, neurotransmitters, when we are under stress or when we are attacked or when we are fearful. It takes over our thinking pattern, abilities. It blocks the frontal cortex somehow, and it diverts our attention. We have become affected so much by this fear. It is because of this hijacking of amygdala from our cognitive functions. What meditation does is, it shrinks this particular cellular cluster of cells in the brain. It helps us overcome the hijacking by amygdala. So we are able to respond with our mind intact, with a lot of cognizance, with a lot of awareness. Though circumstances of fear or anger may be there, that you are able to handle it so well. See? Because it makes you happy. It makes you calm. It makes you peaceful. So I would not go on prodding you except to urge you, my dear friends, that don't believe all these guys, that I will give you some level of peace and this breathing exercise and this Kriya Kand and that Kriya Kand and they charge you money for all these things. ऐसे उद्योगियों से भागो, योगी को पकड़ो, उद्योगी से भागो, और जो एक्सपीरियंस देता है, जो अनुभव हमसे कराता है, उसको पकड़ो. जो दो संत ज्ञानेश्वर और तुकाराम जी की हमने बात की, वो क्या थे? अनुभवी थे. हमारे जैसे भाषण देने वाले नहीं थे, वो अनुभव. हम आपसे वही कहेंगे कि ये पढ़ाई बढ़ाई जो है धार्मिक, उससे भागो. जो अनुभव कराए शांति का, एटलीस्ट इफ दे कैन गिव यू अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ पीस that you have never experienced in your life before, then that guide is a worthy guide. Pursue, take assistance, and see how it can change your life. I wouldn't say much more. I hope to join you on 30th of this month, and hopefully at that time I'll be able to walk you through the process of meditation. And those of you who like to meditate, we have apps available called Hearts app. And I do understand that there are many, I would say thousands of students at MIT, Peace University, fortunately under the influence of Rahul Kararji and the faculty members, they have taken up meditation very seriously, because this is an experiential way. See, it's not bhasan, it's not about what, it is about how to arrive at. See, my problem all my life has been, Lord Krishna talks about arriving at a condition like a lotus. बोलते हैं कि लोटस जैसी हालत पैदा करो, untouched by the dirty water. But कैसे करोगे? कबीर साहब भी कहते हैं, बिंदु जो है पानी का बूंद समंदर में मिल जाता है तो वो समंदर बन जाता है, आत्मा परमात्मा में मिल जाती है. लेकिन कब, कैसे करोगे? Lord Buddha also talks about the same thing. He says, arrive at nirvana. कैसे करोगे? बोल गए, लेकिन कैसे करेंगे हम? तो I have found this coincidentally, गुरुजनों की कृपा से, a path advocated by Sri Ramchandra ji. It is embellished and facilitated by transmission, yogic transmission. And I say again and again that this is an experiential path. You will experience it. And I wish that through this experience, you can make your life happier. Prayers to God to shower such a bliss, not just the peace, to the whole world. Thank you. And once again, my thanks to Karart family for inviting us and be part of this MIT Peace University family. Thank you.
It was indeed
कमलेश जी प्रणाम.
Pranam, sir.
Yes, sir.
Pranam.
If you would like to say something, Vishwanath Karat, sir, please go ahead.
It's okay. I'll speak later on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daji. Thank you very much for taking time out and being here today with us. It was indeed our honor and privilege that you shared your time, because we really feel that the biggest gift that one can give the other is time out of his life. And thank you very much. You shared very, very important, precious moments of your life with us. Thank you very much for that. Indeed, I'm sure your blessings would always be there with us. Thank you very much. My friends, Daji was also sharing his thoughts, and he once said in his speech, and many other guests also touched base on that what exactly is the motivation, what exactly is that particular thing that a human being needs to do to understand or towards the quest of world peace. If we cannot contribute towards world peace, at least it is our duty to understand and make some efforts to bring in peace to our own life. My friends, we are really, I would say, मराठीत ज्याला आपण म्हणतो नशीबवान, आपण सर्वजण खूप नशीबवान आहोत की एक अतिशय मोठ्या शांती चळवळीचा भाग आपण सर्वजण होऊ शकलो. आपल्या सर्वांचे मार्गदर्शक, आपल्या सर्वांचे प्रेरणास्थान डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड सर यांनी असंच एक महत्वाचं स्वप्न कित्येक वर्षांपूर्वी पाहिलं आणि नुसतं स्वप्न पाहून ते थांबले नाहीत, तर त्या स्वप्नाचा पाठलाग, त्या स्वप्नाचा पाठपुरावा आणि ते जे स्वप्न त्यांनी पाहिलं होतं ते पूर्णत्वास आणण्यासाठी लागणारे कष्ट त्यांनी गेले अनेक वर्ष, अनेक दशकं केलेले आहेत. आणि त्याच कष्टांची परिणती म्हणजे जगातला सगळ्यात मोठा डोम आज पुण्यामध्ये, पुण्याजवळ या भारतामध्ये संपूर्ण जगाला दिशादर्शक म्हणून उभा आहे. हा डोम फक्त जगातला सगळ्यात मोठा डोम आहे म्हणून महत्वाचा आहे का? तर नाही. हा जगातला सगळ्यात मोठा डोम जो मेसेज अख्ख्या जगाला देतोय, जो संदेश संपूर्ण मानवतेपर्यंत पोहोचवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतोय, तो संदेश महत्वाचा आहे. आणि तो संदेश जाणून घेण्यासाठी मी पुन्हा एकदा तंत्रज्ञानाची मदत घेणार आहे. I'm going to request my technical team if they could kindly relay a small film made on the World Peace Library, the World Peace Dome, and the way we call it, Philosopher St. Shri Gyaneshwara World Peace Prayer Hall and World Peace Library, that is the World Peace Dome. Over to you, team.
इक्कीसवीं शताब्दी में मेरी भारत माता विश्व गुरु बनने की काबिलियत रखता है. इट विल बिकम अ विश्व गुरु इन द 21st सेंचुरी. उसका छोटा सा उदाहरण, छोटा सा सिंबल यहां बन गया है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है. दिस कंट्री हैज ऑलवेज प्रोपगेटेड वन थॉट, वसुदैव कुटुंबकम, माय डियर फ्रेंड्स. आई मस्ट से दैट इन द एंटायर हिस्ट्री आफ्टर द इंडिपेंडेंस सिंस 1947, दिस इज वन ऑफ द यूनिक स्टेप टुवर्ड्स द कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ यूनिवर्सल ह्यूमैनिटी. I appeal to the Vice President and Honorable Chief Minister to recognize this World Peace Dome as a structure of national and global importance and support to promote it in such a way that it evolves as one of the prominent tourism destinations of the world.
We should remember and respect like Professor Vishwanath Karad and millions of people like that, and remember the great service they have done. They should be remembered forever. That is also equally important for all of us. This is the message of this dome. This is the idea of the dome. This is the tallest, not only in size, but also in ideas.
Thank you very much for that film, my technical team. कितीही वेळा ही फिल्म पाहिली, कितीही वेळा त्या डोमचं दर्शन घेतलं, तरीही तीच अनुभूती आणि तीच प्रेरणा आपल्याला सतत मिळत राहते. आणि आपल्या सर्वांचे प्रेरणालय, आपल्या सर्वांचे मार्गदर्शक, फाउंडर अँड चीफ पेट्रन of MIRS MIT Pune and President of MIT World Peace University, our beloved founder, UNESCO chairholder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, is now here with us. Thank you very much, sir. I now request to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ ऑनरेबल साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, ऑनरेबल श्री सुरेश प्रभु, and the most learned scholar, thinker and philosopher who gave the wonderful words of wisdom and spoke on the very unique concept of even samadhi. Kamlesh Patel Sahab, more known as Daji. There are so many other people, and my brother, a very close friend from possibly many births, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, one of the leading scientists of the whole world, a man of supercomputer, but not a man of supercomputer or science, but man of spirituality. A spiritually oriented scientist, I'll call him, and many other learned scholars sitting on the dais, participating in this very unique event, which has been really not only satisfying to me, but it reminds me of the day when this was started. मुझे बहुत खुशी इस बात की है कि कमलेश पटेल सर और स्पेशली निरंजन ज्योति जी, when they spoke the words of wisdom based on the Vedic text and the Indian culture and tradition and philosophy, it was a great satisfying, the mission for me to understand my duty. I'm saying this because when this small film was shown just now as a little contribution which I could make in my life, but Honorable Daji sir and Jyoti ji, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि मुझे जीवन में कभी लगता नहीं कि ये मैं बनाने वाला। मैंने बनाया, मैंने किया, निर्मित हुई, मॉन्यूमेंट बना। As Dr. Mashwekar said, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar said, His Excellency, the Honorable Vice President of India, had the wonderful words of appreciation at the biggest dome of the whole world, like the next wonder of the world. But मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं बहन जी और दादी sir, especially to you, that I never feel, because I come from a very small village. मैं तो एक फार्मर का बेटा हूं, पता नहीं बनना नहीं चाहता था लेकिन इंजीनियर बना, पता नहीं कैसे कैसे कहां से हुआ. But in the year 1996 I was trying to understand, and I was asking a very pertinent question to my honorable lifetime guru, Dr. Surendra Barlinge sir, who was a professor of philosophy, one of the great professors of the whole world, a great mathematician and a great Sanskrit scholar. I used to ask him a question whether our saints like Sant Jnaneshwara or Sant Tukaram, Guru Nanak ji, or many other saints, I can take the names, whether they are the philosophers or not. Why are not they listed in this list of Socrates, Plato, Kant, Hegel, Spinoza? It was a little query which I had that time. And the discussion went on for so many years. And I still remember that very courageously I took a decision, because MIT was just started in the year that time. And I said, why not to call a World Philosophers Meet? A parliament of science, religion and philosophy was the main mission. I don't want to elaborate much, but as we are celebrating the 25th year of this celebration of the Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy, this endowment lecture series in the name of philosophers and Jnaneshwara two philosophers and Jagat Guru Tukaram Maharaj, symbolic representations of India. And very wonderfully, uniquely, that time, of course, the search went on. The journey was from philosophers and Jnaneshwara to Dr. Albert Einstein. A long journey in time and space. And it was a long discussion for many years. But I'm very glad, Honorable Daji Sir, and especially the Madam and Prabhu Sahib, and many other learned people sitting on the dais, blessing this occasion. I can only tell you that it is so satisfying that in the last 25 years of journey, I think on the background of this coronavirus or COVID-19, we have come out with a small book along with the guidance of Dr. Vijay Bhatkar and many of my friends. I have said, friends, you may believe it or not, but the word is realization of God and experiencing peace. I don't know, I have written inside, what are the destinations assigned to me? What are the duties assigned to me by the Almighty God at all when we talk of reality, when we talk of ultimate truth, when we talk of consciousness? These words may appear to be a little confusing to the common people. But Daji sir, you know, and Madam, you know it very well. I was listening to your words very carefully. But also being in a political arena, when you remember the teacher who taught you at the 5th standard, but the way in which you have explained and given a glimpse of what you plan to be in the future, I can only tell you that the time has come when we have to reveal to the whole of the world and the whole of the world community what is the purpose of our life is the main mission. Where from I have come, what is my duty, and what is my destination. So many words can be spoken, friends, but today it has been very satisfying, and it's a reminder to me that when this dome, which unless you see it personally, you may not believe that how it has happened. As I said to you, sir, that I'm not the maker, I'm not the creator, I'm not the builder. The very ordinary workers from the villages, no architecture, no designer, no engineer, no cranes, no big machines, nothing was used, but it has come up. It's a evolving structure with the blessings of the Sant Jnaneshwara or Sant Tukaram, or the Almighty God, or my elder sister, to whom I say Srimati Prayaga Kakarad. She was a symbol of sacrifice, a devotion, a dedication. A villager, but which is a symbolic Vaishnavite culture, which showed me the pathway. And today I have a fortune to meet you people, listen to your words of appreciation. I can only say that I will just try to show you. I don't want to speak elaborately, but I'll send you these books. A small booklet. I think, especially Kamlesh Patel sir, Daji sir, you made a mention about the life of Sant Jnaneshwara, about his Sanjeevan Samadhi. You made a mention that within 2 minutes, you can have an experience of Samadhi. Yes, if you have a courage, conviction and determination, yes, we can do it. But this has been the booklet which shows you made a mention about 16 years of age. This was written on 3rd of June of this coronavirus period. This is called as the 9 universal secrets or the principles of human life and the entire universe, enunciated by philosopher Sri Jnaneshwara at the age of 16, 730 years back, when there was no Google, no Facebook, no artificial intelligence, and no web technology what we are experiencing. I don't know, somebody is sitting in Hyderabad, somebody is sitting in Delhi, somebody is sitting in America, and many other parts of the whole world, and we are just talking to each other. This very mechanism, which was never expected before, but possibly this is a proof of what Sant Jnaneshwara had said at the age of 16, when he said that the entire universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and pure consciousness. the nature of ultimate reality, the ultimate truth. This web technology, which we are experiencing just now, very wonderfully, very finely, with confidence, as if this has been there for the last thousands of years. But this is the very wonderful proof of that very important truth, the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth. You call it God, somebody calls Ram or Rahim or Jesus or Buddha, whatever name you take. Your name is Kamlesh, my name is Vishwanath. But these are given by our parents, mother and father. So many things can be discussed, friends, but I have a satisfaction that we have been blessed by persons like you. And let's come and join together, friends. It's a very common mission, because on the background of this coronavirus, when this Vijay Bhatkar sir has been he's younger to me, but he's really my guru and my guide. One of the greatest brains, scientific but spiritually oriented. And this dome, which has been shown to you just now for 2 minutes, let me tell you, it's nothing but a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory. If you just have a glimpse and a look, I'll send you this book also, possibly if not sent before. But this is something, a worthy experience. It is experiencing the truth, the ultimate reality. And very recently, our institution, World Peace University, has started, as the Dr. Penrose, Einstein, or Schrodinger, all these great names can be taken. But Sant Dhaneshwara, who spoke about these words, very wonderful scientific words, about the very nature of the universe, and when he says that the ultimate reality is one and only one, the Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, very one small verse, but they speak so much. They give the entire nature of the whole universe. And Sant Tukaram, about whom we are discussing, you know it very well, sir. When Sant Tukaram says, Anu Renu Thukada, Tuka Akasha Eura. I am the smallest of the small particle of the universe. But what type of particle? It can encompass the entire universe. What a wonder. What a scientific truth. And Sant Tukaram, when he says that the concepts of the hell and heaven are the ideas of the foolish man. When the Martin Luther in 1600, he says that the church had started selling the entry passes to the heaven. What a unique, wonderful, possibly a wrong concept. By the church in Vatican, the church started selling the passes, entry passes to the heaven. How confusing it must have been. But this Penrose and the Martin Luther, when he said this is very foolish, let us rewrite the Bible in French, German and English. And then the world started understanding what the universe means. But at the same time, the Sant Tukaram, who had no PhD degree, Sant Dhaneshwara at the age of 16, when they have been speaking the wonderful words, very scientific, wonderful, logical, philosophical, and ultimately, finally, making it very good and humane, giving you the message of humanity, the mankind, the contented life for the society. So many things can be spoken. But now, friends, and my learned scholars sitting on the dais, participating, Kamleshji, Sadhviji, Suresh Prabhuji, Bhatkar Sahab, and many others, I can only bow down to you. But I think the time has come, especially on the background of this corona, which has given the command to the entire world. We don't know, but this is whether it is a man-made mistake or a natural wrong being done. This will continue for hundreds of years possibly. And nobody would agree, but I would like to tell, especially to Kamleshji and the Honorable Minister Sadhviji, that remember we wrote to the Security Council members of the United Nations, and we told them, where are you? What are you doing? And what is going to be the horrifying situation? These destructive weapons like the biological, chemical weapons being produced all over the world. What is going to be the end of this Mother Earth? What a horrifying, destructive mindset. And basically then we have said that in the education system, now it is not only the training of the brain, it has been enough, more than enough, and the scientific misuse or a scientifically wrong use of this knowledge and technical knowledge of destruction, like the bell of Hiroshima, the Hiroshima atomic bomb, which has killed lakhs of people. But this may ruin or burn the whole earth within a fraction of a second at our mistake, at somebody's mistake. So let us be clear about what type of education should be. I have been telling to my friends, I repeat again, this whole mechanism of humanity, human being, the body and the brain, one aspect, and the soul and the mind is another aspect. We are trying to educate and train the brain, intelligence part of it, but we are forgetting the other component which is also equally responsible, which is mind. And if you want to really train the yoga and meditation or dhyana, Mr. Kamleji said, is going to be one of the very important solutions. Our universities and colleges and institutions will have to think hereafter and start the schools of consciousness, schools of reality, and understand what is the duty of you and me in the universities or the colleges, and make the whole society a better place, or the earth a better place to live in. I think that's our duty, and that's the duty of our education system. World Peace University is trying to contribute its little share, but the persons like you, all of you friends, should help us and should really guide us, because unless you join hands together, understand our duty regarding the understanding the role of science and role of spirituality, the scientific laws and the spiritual laws. Let us not have a confusion about the religion and the spiritual aspects. Spiritual sciences, that's my personal understanding. I'm grateful, Kamleji, grateful to
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
any other friends.
Can I add something, sir? Namaskaram.
Both of that. I'll be willing to listen to you and get some guidance.
Sir, I think, dear Rahulji had visited this ashram once, and he happened to visit this place at a very opportune moment when we were all meditating. So we could not receive him with honor and, in a normal way. But when we almost few thousand people were meditating, and there was a deep pin drop silence, which touched his heart, that how is it possible that thousands of people are sitting in this congregation with a supercharged divine atmosphere where peace is pulsating, and it is palpable sensually also by a person like him who came by car and witnessed very profound things. That moved him, and that was the beginning of our relationship. Having seen all that thing, he said, why not make heartfulness way of life for our students? And what can a man like me do? I just simply grab an opportunity. Where am I going to find a person like Rahul who would invite me on a gold platter and say, here are the students for you to mold them into a noble citizens? I took that opportunity and we trained. I think we are still going on training the faculty at MIT. Once this faculty is trained, they in turn will train many students. So it is not that a guru keeps the knowledge and everybody becomes chela and reserves this knowledge only for the elite ones, but we spread this knowledge. This knowledge of Pranahuti was there 72 generations before Raja Dasharath. But after his demise, they could not spread this yogic way. Only Sri Ramchandraji, in his deep level of consciousness, could connect with that Rishi and gather that knowledge. And he says, after I go away, who will do this spread of knowledge? So he trained thousands and thousands of people who can transmit like him. He did not keep it reserved for him. Even today, this Guru Parampara is such that we go on making more and more yogis throughout. And they become the instrument, agents of change, who can dynamically change the consciousness of people. And I would be happy, not just receiving your book, but I will personally come to you, sir, and receive the book and have the vision, the darshan of the glorious dome that you've been mentioning. Many people have mentioned it also in last few months. And with the first opportunity I get, you will see me at the campus. And many, many thanks. And my heartfelt appeal to all the students, please, before we meet again on 30th and when we talk about consciousness in depth, without any reservation, please log into this app and see how to experience this simple meditation.
मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ कमलेश जी।
Thank you. Thank you.
आपने जो कहा, चाहता हूँ कि ये अपनी भारत माता, ये अपनी जो भूमि है, ये बड़ी पवित्र भूमि है। इसका एक दायित्व है। शायद थोड़ी देर हुई, लेकिन अच्छा हुआ कि मुझसे पहले आपने मेरे बेटे को, राहुल को पहचाना। शायद राहुल को आशीर्वाद दिया। मैं इतना कहूंगा, हमारे मिलिंद पात्रे हो, मिलिंद पांडे हो, बापट हो, सबको, और हमारी बहन जी जो जिसने कहा कि कोरोना के बाद में वो यहाँ आएगी, आशीर्वाद देगी, तो मैं आपको इतना वचन देता हूं कि नेटवर्किंग ऑफ माइंड्स इज योर मिशन। और मैं इतना कहूंगा कि ये संस्था अपनी नहीं होती, आपका जो भी हार्टफुलनेस हो या मेरा हो, ये तो समाज का होता है। तो अभी लेट क्यों ना हो, मुझे पता नहीं आपकी उम्र क्या है, लेकिन मेरी उम्र अभी 79 पूरी होने वाली है। और जो भी हो, लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगा कि लेट अस कम टुगेदर, let us join hands
yes, sir.
for a good cause. I would certainly love to join hands with you because we need people like you to bless some such missions. It has been a good fortune for all of us. ये वक्त आ गया है, अभी ये वक्त आ गया है। इस भारत देश में आप जैसे बहुत कम लोग हैं कि जिनका दिल साफ है, द माइंड क्लियर है, ट्रांसपेरेंट माइंड, ये प्यूरिटी ऑफ माइंड, प्यूरिटी ऑफ थॉट एंड प्यूरिटी इन एक्शन आपका जीवन जो है उसका रिफ्लेक्शन है। मेरी बहन को मैं राजनीति में होके जो उन्होंने बोला, सुरेश प्रभु भी हमारे साथ, हमारे भाई साहब बोले, तो मैं ये चाहूंगा कि आपका दायित्व तो बड़ा अलग है। मैं चाहता हूं कि वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी जो भी था, वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी बनने से नहीं बनने वाली है। वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी में क्या काम होता है, कैसे होता है, देखने लायक है, लेकिन बहुत हम अभी भी बाकी है बहुत कुछ करना। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो भी बना है, हुआ है, वो मैं ये मानने वाला, बीइंग एन इंजीनियर, बीइंग अ मैन ऑफ पार्टिकल फिजिक्स, I do understand IT, computer, all these things I do understand. But I do understand what Jnaneshwara has said. I do understand the very words of wisdom which Jnaneshwara spoke, which Jagat Guru Tukaram Maharaj spoke, of every saint in India, Saint Francis of Assisi, what he spoke. And now the real time has come that the world needs people like you. Let me honestly tell you, I'm not praising you, but unless people like us come closer and join hands together to educate and train the people, train the students and the other people in the universities, ये गलत होगा साहब, कि बॉडी को या ब्रेन को ट्रेन करना, एजुकेट करना बहुत काफी हो गया है। You have one of the worst destructive weapons piled up. कब ट्रिगर होगा पता नहीं भाई, कौन करेगा, कैसे करेगा, दुनिया में कम नहीं। और remember that the destructive power of all the atomic and the hydrogen and the neutron bombs and the biological and chemical weapons which we are experiencing now through the coronavirus, we are having a tremendous fear of death and the world is completely under tension, tremendous. कौन इसको कम करेगा भाई, पता नहीं, और कैसे होगा, क्या होगा, डरने की बात नहीं। लेकिन your way of meditation, way of yoga, way of practicing what we have been trying to practice, ये दुनिया के सामने रखने के लिए आप जैसे दाजी साहब बहुत जरूरत है। पॉलिटिकल एरिया में भी ऐसे लोग हैं कि जो ये समझ सकते हैं। हमारे मोदी साहब का रास्ता ठीक है, लेकिन अभी पता नहीं कि उनका ये कैसे कब दिशा होगी। लेकिन इंडिया हैज अ रोल टू प्ले। मदर इंडिया हैज बीन गिफ्टेड। भारत का मतलब है, भा का मतलब है प्रकाश। प्रकाश एक है सूरज प्रकाश और दूसरा है ज्ञान प्रकाश, और ज्ञान में रथ वो भारत है। ये आपको मालूम है, मैं बताने रहा, मैं आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू टीच यू, बट द होल ऑफ दिस मदर इंडिया, द मदर अर्थ, for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, from Ramayana to till today, we have been engaged in understanding what knowledge stands for. ज्ञान विज्ञान का यह समन्वय भारत की एक नई प्रतिमा दुनिया के सामने आने का वक्त आ गया है। और ये संकट जो है ना, जो मैंने इसमें लिखा है, सब हुआ है, ये मैंने लिखा नहीं है, ये लिखवा गया है। जैसे मैं फिर से बोलता हूँ दाजी साहब कि ये डोम जो बना, आपने जो आश्रम बनवाया है, आपका हार्टफुलनेस का जो काम है, उसके पीछे आपके माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद है। आपके माँ बाप का नहीं, आपके जो गुरु होंगे, मुझे पता नहीं नाम, लेकिन मैं ये मानता हूं कि मैं तो आई एम अ कंप्लीट बिलीवर, एंड नाउ एट दिस एज आई हैव बीन हैविंग अ फर्म फेथ and a confidence to understand what the reality is, what the truth is, what the consciousness is, and what the message of Sant Gyaneshwara is. For the first time after 730 years of history, for the first time when I had the courage to compare philosopher Sant Gyaneshwara, a essentially spiritually oriented person, with Albert Einstein. मैं फिर से बोलता हूँ, ये पढ़ के देखो कभी। मैं इंजीनियर होने के नाते पढ़ा हूँ, ये सब पढ़ने के बाद मुझे थोड़ी सी अकल आई। आइंस्टाइन क्या बोलता है, पेंडोज क्या बोलता है, श्रोडिंगर क्या बोलता है, साइंस क्या बोलता है, एंड देन स्पिरिचुअल कंपोनेंट क्या बोलता है। ये पूरा समन्वय इस वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी ने करने का प्रयास किया, और सारे मेरे जो लोग हैं, ये अभी समझने की स्थिति में है मन में, जो आपकी मन की स्थिति है। आपने तो ये जाना है, मेडिकल की बात जानी, इंजीनियरिंग की जानी है, सारे साइंसेस है, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली पर्पस क्या है? ये इतना क्रीचर, स्मॉलेस्ट ऑफ द स्मॉल लाइफ है, इतना छोटा सा, उसका भी बॉडी है, ब्रेन है, सर्कुलेशन सिस्टम है, लाइफ सर्कुलेशन है, पता नहीं कहाँ होता है, कैसे होता है, हु इज द मेकर। मट्टी एक है, फूल 1000 रंग के, और सुगंध भी 1000, गंध और सुगंध, कलर सब कैसे बनता है, जानने की कोशिश तो करो। दिस इज व्हाट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड। निसर्ग तत्व बोलते हैं उसको, स्पिरिचुअली तत्व बोलते हैं, लेकिन ये बताने वाले आप जैसे गुरु चाहिए। दुनिया को, हमारे बच्चों को ये पढ़ाया नहीं गया है अभी तक कि योर लाइफ इटसेल्फ, माय लाइफ, योर लाइफ, ये बॉडी, ये मैकेनिज्म, ये ब्रेन, द आत्मा है, कॉन्शियसनेस। लोग बोलते क्या बात करते सर, कैसा कॉन्शियसनेस, कैसी मोरालिटी, कैसा एथिक्स? द पीपल आर रिडिक्यूलिंग एंड वी आर फॉलोइंग इन रॉन्ग स्टेप्स of the Western culture. Unfortunately, उनसा अच्छा लेने से बुरा जितना है वो गंदा ले रहे। ये कैसे बिठाना बच्चों को, कैसे नई पीढ़ी को बिठाना है? The really now you know, Daji Sahab, I don't want to comment on this, but can you imagine, because of this coronavirus and the COVID-19, the world is experiencing the horrifying situation. सारे टेम्पल, चर्चेस, मंदिर, मस्जिद, स्कूल, यूनिवर्सिटी सब बंद। हु इज द कमांडर? कमांडर इज कोरोना वायरस, नॉट द सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल, नॉट द यूनाइटेड नेशंस, बट वी नीड समवन टू लीड एंड टेक अ लीड इन दिस। पॉसिबली अवर मोदी साहब इज ट्राइंग हिज लेवल बेस्ट एंड ट्राइंग टू एटलीस्ट कम्युनिकेट, कन्वे टू द वर्ल्ड कम्युनिटी, लेकिन हो नहीं हो रहा है। somebody has to take a lead. Otherwise, हमारे विजय भटकर साहब बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, विजय भटकर will speak better because he said that we don't know under these circumstances. ये भस्मासुर की कल्पना है अपने भारतीय संस्कृति में, अपने सर पे अपना हाथ रखेगा और भस्म हो जाएगा। ये स्थिति 21वीं शताब्दी की आखिरी देखने को मिलेगी क्या नहीं मानवता को? डर है, पता नहीं, अच्छा हुआ तो ठीक है, इनका मन बदल गया तो ठीक है, पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट हो गया तो ठीक है, लेकिन डर लगता है कि ये कितने लोग पागलों की दुनिया में कम नहीं, एक ढूंढो तो 1000 मिलते हैं। शायद somebody may become the president of tomorrow, some Indian country, and if he plays even wrongly or rightly, whatever it is, it may create a havoc. We don't expect some situation, but Daji Sahab and the minister and others, let us come closer. डरने की बात नहीं, मन को बदलना है। डेवलपमेंट ऑफ माइंड एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ ब्रेन, ये दो बाजू है एजुकेशन की। तो वैल्यू बेस्ड यूनिवर्सल एजुकेशन सिस्टम बोला जाता है इसको। ये प्रयास है, ये वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी, ये कैसे आ गया नाम, कहां से भाई ये पीस? मैं खोज में हूं, लोग मुझे पूछते करार साहब को आप इतनी दुनिया में वर्ल्ड पीस की बात करते, आपको शांति है? तो बोलना पड़ता है? नहीं, पूरी तरह से नहीं। एक्सपीरियंस करने का प्रयास है, लेकिन पूरी मन की शांति, मन शांति मिलना बहुत मुश्किल है। लेकिन ये जो संजीवन समाधि हमारे ज्ञानेश्वर की पहला इवेंट है दुनिया के मानवता के इतिहास में, द नोन ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री, फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम द वर्ल्ड हैज सीन सच ए great philosopher saint like Jnaneshwara, who spoke the words of wisdom, the words of science, word of spirituality at the age of 16. 16 साल की उम्र का कोई लड़का दुनिया के सारे शास्त्रज्ञ हो, तत्वज्ञ हो, फिलोसोफर हो, जितने भी बड़े लोग हैं, सबसे अलग सी तरीका से दुनिया का चित्रण, ये पूरा विश्व का नेचर जो बताया, इधर साइंस ऑफ द यूनिवर्स, साइंटिफिक ट्रुथ कितना इनफाइनाइट है, कितना अनंत है, कितना अद्भुत है, लेकिन इसका चित्रण 16 साल की उम्र में 730 साल के पहले बोला है। मैं तो जब पढ़ता हूं आइंस्टाइन और ज्ञानेश्वरा and all these great saints of India, not I'm taking only symbolic names of India. सर, लेकिन ये वक्त है अभी कि दुनिया को एजुकेशन में ये समझाना जरूरी है कि along with the training and education of the brain, we have to certainly train the mind and understand what consciousness, what ultimate truth is, what ultimate reality is. That is what is the future for education system too. मैं आपका आभारी रहूंगा दाजी साहब, मैडम आपका भी, कि आप लोग इसमें आशीर्वाद दें. Let us come closer for a great cause of the well-being of the mankind and promoting the culture of peace, as Daji said. Thank you, sir. बहुत बहुत बापट साहब, धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daji. Thank you very much, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat, sir. That was a beautiful dialogue that you both had, and it was probably that was the highlight of today's function, that the way you both, I would say, great men interacted. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And now, I would like to take the proceedings forward and invite the director of Sri Aurobindo Foundation for Indian Culture, and who's going to address us on the life teachings from the sacred texts of India. The guest of honor of today's function, Dr. Sampadanand Mishra ji. But before I invite, I would like to request my technical team if they could kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Dr. Sampadanand Mishra ji.
Sri Sampadanand Mishra is a Pondicherry-based Sanskrit scholar from Odisha. He is the director of Sri Aurobindo Foundation for Indian Culture. He received his PhD degree from Utkal University on Sanskrit and the evolution of human speech. Sri Sampadananda regularly conducts workshops, training programs, orientation courses, and talks for students and teachers for Sanskrit, Mantra, Yoga, and the Bhagavad Gita. He is involved in several Sanskrit projects, including Divya Vani Sanskrit Radio, the Sanskrit Bal Sahitya Parishad, and the Vande Mataram Trust. Owing to his love, mastery, and passion for the Sanskrit language, Sri Mishra was awarded the Maharshi Badrayan Vyas Award for Sanskrit in 2012. We are honored to welcome Sri Sampadanand Mishra to the 25th Endowment Lecture Series hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for taking time out and joining us today. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here. Now, without taking a single minute, I request you to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar to all of you, all the dignitaries. So before I proceed, let me invoke with a mantra from the Veda. Om Idam Namah Rishibhya Purvebhya Purvajebhya Pathikradubhya. It is indeed a great honor for me to be a part of this yajna, where we have the presence of Professor Vishwanath ji, Honorable Vijay Bhatkar ji, and Sadhvi Niranjana ji, and then many other dignitaries. I have been listening to the deliberations by the dignitaries, and the topic that has been chosen for me is the life teachings of the sacred texts of India. When Honorable Suresh Prabhuji was speaking, so from his entire speech I could gather three important teachings from the Shastra, that one of the greatest contribution of India, all our scriptures, whether we look at the Vedas, Upanishads, Gita, all the philosophical texts, is that it says, you are the divine. This whole idea of everything is divine is the greatest contribution of our seers and sages of this land. Nowhere it says you are the sinner. It says emphatically again and again, you are the divine. The second point, which was made by Honorable Suresh Prabhuji, be true to yourself. Most of the times, a few months before, I wrote a very compact poem in Sanskrit. Essentially what it says in just a single sentence, the meaning of that poem is, when God visits you, he must find you at home. And most of the times we are not at home. And when we look at the seers and sages of the Vedas, there's a beautiful concept in the Rig Veda which says Swam Damam, one's own home. Vardhamanam Svedame. It's used for Agni. Psychologically, that Agni is the divine willpower within us, the flame of aspiration, the willpower within us, the tapas in us, the tejas in us. Why are we not able to realize that divine, that divinity within us, because we are not at home? Our seers and sages, they guide us categorically and repeatedly saying that be at home, be at home, be at home. Then the third point, which Honorable Suresh ji said, was we must be aware of and not allow any kind of disintegration in the entire consciousness of ours. The crisis that humanity is facing at the individual level and at the collective level, at the root of that crisis is this disintegration, that we are not integrated within ourselves. Our mind is something, our physical is something. Our vital, our emotional, sensational beings are something different. Where is that harmony within ourselves? When we talk of harmonizing the entire world, yatra vishwam bhavati eka needam or vasudhaiva kutumbakam, but at the same time, we cannot remain together in harmony with each other in a family where 2 or 3 members are there, in a community, in a department, in the society, in an apartment. 4 people cannot live together harmoniously. Yet, we keep hearing, keep repeating the greatest messages. So therefore, the essential teaching of the Shastra is one drop of practice. One drop of practice is better than oceans of theories. We don't need to read the entire Shastra. If someone reads it, fine. But if we can take a single upadesh or sandesh or nirdesh of any of these scriptures and then put it into practice, then the whole world, the whole Shastra which is hidden within us will be revealed to us. The Shastras are means and guides. They are not ends. So the three teachings that we can take from the Shastras, the essential teachings of the Shastras, right from the Vedas till whatever Shastras have been given to us, which are the record of the Drishti, Shruti and the Viveka of the seers and sages. Because these are the three greatest qualities which makes an ordinary person a rishi. One has to develop that drishti, the inner vision. One has to develop that inner audition so then one can hear the voice of the truth directly. The truth, our inner divinity, does speak to us many times, but its sound is very, very subtle. Unless and until we have that increased awareness within us, we fail to listen to the voice of the truth. We listen to what message comes from the deepest being of ours, the innermost being of ours, from our Antaratman, because we are not at home. We did listen to Sadhviji, who spoke about this drishti, because drishti is something which is the very contribution, very foundation of our Indian culture and civilization. That's why Rishi is called Drashta. Rishayah mantra drashtarah, satya drashtarah. They are the seers of the truth. And it is that drishti which has given us this greatest culture, the greatest civilization, where rest of the civilizations, 46, 47 civilizations of the world have gone into oblivion. The only civilization which has a living presence today and inspiring the world, leading the world, we say will become Vishwaguru, but India has ever been the Vishwaguru. How the whole world is drawing inspiration from this land, from the knowledge system of this land, from the drishti, from the shruti of this, the seers and sages of this land. And one more point which Sadhviji had mentioned, the quest for Shashwatam Sukham and Shashwati Shanti, the eternal peace and the eternal happiness, not Kshanika peace, Kshanika Shanti or Kshanika Sukham, but eternal Shashwati Shanti, Shashwatam Sukham. Then the message of the Honorable Kamleshji, how should our maximum teaching that we find, maximum guidance that we see in the Shastra, how should we be well founded in a state of silence? And in that state of nirava nischalata, that utter silence, that the real knowledge, the real jnanam, the real Veda, the real Shastra can be revealed, can manifest from within. If we live in that chaotic situation without that silence, it's not possible. And today, I must say one more thing. It is one of the greatest days. I don't know how this date was chosen for this event. Very, very special day when you come to Sri Aurobindo. It was in 1926 on 24th of November. The overmental force, which is Sri Krishna's consciousness, which entered into Sri Aurobindo with this consent of divinizing the matter. And it was a great step towards the supramental realization, the coming of the supermind with Sri Aurobindo and the mother. They did their sadhana for bringing that supramental force onto the earth, which happened in 1956. And today is the day which is celebrated here in the ashram as the Siddhi Divas, or the victory day of victory, because it is here that Sri Krishna entirely entered into the earth consciousness with the consent of divinizing the matter. And it is on this day that Sri Aurobindo withdrew himself, and he confined himself and remained confined to his sadhana from 1926, this 24th of November, till 5th of December 1950 he left his body. 24 years of confinement in one single room without talking with anyone. Tremendous sadhana has been done. As Sri Krishna says that I don't have anything to do in this world. Yet if I don't do, the whole world will perish. It was for the entire humanity, for the liberation of the entire humanity that Sri Aurobindo did his yoga and attained this Purna Yoga sadhana for the Purnata Prapti of the entire humanity. This is not an ordinary day. And this is not a mere coincidence that we are having this inaugural session of this endowment lecture. And Sri Aurobindo himself has said how this silence can be established in the entire consciousness. And Sri Aurobindo says that his entire essays on the Gita is the product of that silent mind. Unless and until that silence we establish within us, nothing much is going to happen. The great message, Krishna himself says repeatedly in the Gita, that have control over your mind, O Arjuna, have control over your mind. Arjuna says, how do you say, how can I achieve this impossibility? Is it possible? It is like a super cyclone. Mind is like a super cyclone. How should I have silence in it? Vayuriva sudushkaram. Sri Krishna says that don't say that it is impossible. It is difficult indeed. But I will show you the path. The Shastras do not prescribe or advise. They show us the path. They are the manual of sadhana. He says, Krishna says that, okay, there are two paths, Abhyas and Vairagya. And I'm not going to go into the details of Abhyas and Vairagya, but I'm just mentioning how the paths have been shown to us in our Shastras with such clear language that if we put a little bit of it into practice, Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. A little bit of practice of that can save us from the greatest of the dangers, because today the world has forgotten that, has not paid any attention to it. We are experiencing this crisis. And Sri Krishna himself had said, Nashrusyashi vinankshashi. If you don't listen, you will perish. Let's pay attention to it. I take this message from Professor Vishwanathji, who himself is an example, as I could gather from his life history. He's the living example of that, what he said. The secret of all our sadhana, of all our progress, of all our inner growth is to become free from the sense of doership. It is then our ordinary karma becomes a divine karma. We all are carrying that sense of doership. I did. It's my contribution. It's my copyright. But this is not the message of our Shastra. And we have living examples of how beautifully these seers and sages, these living examples before us, have set further examples of practicing this sense of non-doership. One has to be completely free from this sense of doership. That it is prakritya kriyamanani sarvani. It's not me who is doing. I become the instrument, nimitta matram bhavasavya satyam. And when we open ourselves with that, and the greatest message that Sri Krishna has given to us, and the greatest assurance along with that what he has given to us, the crux of Gita's teaching, where he says just one line, entire Shastra, all the Upadesha, the entire experience of the Vedas, Upanishads are encoded in this single line, Manmana Bhava, Mad Bhakta, Mad Yaji, Mam Namaskuru. It says Manmana Bhava, it's not a single word, simple word. Manmana Bhava, become my-minded. What does it mean to become my-minded? Can I experience that in me? What exactly he means by become my-minded? When Ashtavakra reached this huge conference of Janaka, where all the Brahmajnanis are sitting, there was a loud laughter. And Ashtavakra could understand why they are laughing, because Ashtavakra had these 8 deformities on his body. When he walked, when he moved people, it was little ridiculous. A roar of laughter of the Brahmagyanis in the Janak's conference. And seeing the Brahmagyanis laughing loud, roaring with laughter, Ashtavakra himself started laughing loudly. Then everything quietened. Janak Maharaj came down, who himself was also laughing, and then said, I can understand why others are laughing, but it is a mystery to me. Why are you laughing? Ashtavakra said, it is simple. Sir, I heard that this is the conference of Brahmagyanis. And I reached here and I find all the chamars are sitting here. Those who can see the outer skin, not the inner self. That made me laugh. Janak bowed down before Ashtavakra, said, accept me as your disciple. Ashtavakra said, under one condition. He said, any condition, anything you expect. He said, give your mind to me. Janak Maharaj removed his crown and placed it at his feet. He said, I offer my mind to you. Ashtavakra said, do you understand what does it mean? He said, please guide me. He said, from this moment, you have no right to think, because you have given your mind to me. If a thought arises, it should be my thought. If anything happens in your mind, it should be mine. That's Manmana Bhava. Are we in that state of offering our mind entirely to the divine? If we can't do that, then the assurance is there. Aham tva sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma shucha. What an assurance. The divine himself says that just give. Mad bhakta, not just mind. Give your heart to me. All your emotions. In the same manner that if any emotion arises, it should be mine. The true bhakti, it comes from the antaratma. It is not a mental construct that I offer. Madhyaji, every action of ours, look at all our acharyas, look all our santas, what was their life? Every action of theirs, they sit, they eat, they perform, they sleep, whatever they do, even the most ordinary things that we do in our day-to-day life, they also perform the same thing. But for them it is an offering. Japo, Jalpa, Shilpam, what a beautiful composition of Shankaracharya. He says, when I speak, let it become the mantra for you. When I sleep, let it be, I am in meditation for you. When I move, let all my movements become the pradakshina for you. Sancharaha padayoh pradakshina vidhi. All my activities become puja for you. There should not be a single breath which is not dedicated to the divine. Madhyaji. No action which is performed without offering it to the divine, with that sense of offering to the divine. And the final word, it says, Mam Namaskuru. And the Namaskuru is not just bow down or prostrate. The word Namas has a very deep meaning. Namas comes from the root sound nam, means to be pliable, to be plastic. Open yourself and be plastic, be namaniya within every part of your consciousness, that no reservation, no shrinking, no hesitation in any part of your being. Be so plastic that the divine can mold you the way he wants. That's namas. Can we remain in that state of namas? Then yes, the assurance is there for us. Aham tva sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma shucha. What else we need from our shastras? What else we need from our seers and sages? What else we need from our whole knowledge system? Whole life teachings of the seers and sages. As it was said, Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Whatever the teachings, even a little bit of it, if we can put it into our practice, a single word of a saint, a single message of any Shastra, then life has its own purpose. From the narrowness, the greatest teaching of this, if I summarize the Vedic teaching, that the world in which we live is a world which is limited, which is narrow. Beyond this world, there is a higher world of light, higher world of truth, higher world of knowledge, higher world of divine. Our quest must be to transcend beyond this limited world and aspire to become one with that higher world of light, truth, and beauty. And for that, we must realize that this life, whether individual or collective, there is a battle which is going on constantly, the Daivasura Sangrama. At each step, we are stopped, we are objected. So, in this battle, whose is the victory? To whichever force we give ourselves. So, the seers and sages of the Veda, they say, make the divine your comrade. Keep him with you, like Arjuna did. That you just be with me. Keep the divine, make the deities as your comrades. Then the victory of the divine force is for you. And then it says that this entire multiplicity that we see, diversity we see, the ultimate teaching, ultimate realization of the Vedic system of yoga is Ekam Sat, Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. This is the beauty of our culture, beauty of the Adhyatmic Anubhuti, Adhyatmic Siddhi, the Adhyatmic realization of our seers and sages. And Swam Damam. If we can be concentrated within ourselves and be at home, and we will definitely see and then be one with when the God visits to us and then get his blessings. With these words, I seek your blessings. All of you are elderly to me, and I immensely express my deep sense of gratitude to all of you for giving me this opportunity. Namo Namaha. Dhanyavada.
Thank you very much, sir.
Very wonderful. Hello.
Absolutely,
Yes, sir.
indeed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and thank you very much for guiding us with so many references from ancient scripts. Thank you very much for your guidance and for your time. Thank you very much for taking time out and joining us today here. Thank you. Now, it is indeed my honor and privilege to...
पापड़
सर प्लीज बोला सर प्लीज बोला
पापड़ला सांग
Okay.
जरा.
सांगतो
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मिश्रा साहब. मुझे बहुत खुशी है इस बात की कि आप ये जो संस्कृत वाणी है देववाणी, आप जिस अधिकार
सर, वो
वाणी
फोन
से
पे मुझे-
आपने ये सुंदर परिचय दिया शास्त्रों का, वेदों का, एकम सत विप्रा बहुधा वदंती, मुझे याद आती है our World Peace University, we have been running one school called the MIT School of Vedic Sciences and Ethical Management. I don't know the place where he comes from, but Dr. Sai Sasurala, he also comes from that very same area in whose village the language spoken is only Sanskrit. And he is himself a PhD in computer science. I felt like that we should invite you. I'll tell Sai Sasurala to be in touch with you.
Yes, sir.
As I said to Mr. Dazi also before, because now there are very few people who have understood the essence and philosophy of the Vedic literature, the Indian scriptures, what we have. And we need to have some networking of the MIT School of Vedic Science and Ethical Corporate Management. That's the concept. This we have been trying to do, and Vijay Bhatkar has been our chairman. He has been our guide for the MIT School of Vedic Sciences. So, Mishra Sahab, we look forward for some association. I'll inform Mr. Sai Sasurala, who is our director and the dean of the MIT School of Vedic Sciences. And especially next word is ethical corporate management of today. So how to network this and how to join, because we don't understand Sanskrit itself. We don't understand the देववाणी क्या है भाई, वेद क्या है, उपनिषद क्या है, साइंस का क्या है, पता नहीं. But let us have some combination again and join hands together with Sai Sasurala. Milind, you
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just one, for last 2-3 months, I think Saiji and myself, we have had 2 or 3 meetings.
Thank you,
And
sir.
in fact, we have come together and have had some collaboration with Vedic School of Science.
It's
So-
my ignorance possibly, I don't know this, but if it is already going on,
Yes, sir. So we can take it forward with your blessings again.
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
चला, बापट चला पुढे.
Over to you, Gautam Bapat, sir. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your guidance, sir. And now, without taking time, I would like to take the proceedings forward, where I invite the Padma Bhushan, Chancellor of Nalanda University, eminent computer scientist, father of Param Supercomputer, and chairman of National Steering Committee for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, and the former chairman of Board of Governors at IIT Delhi, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir, to address the gathering. But before that, I would like to request my technical team if they could kindly relay a short film made on life and work of Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, sir. Over to you.
Padma Bhushan Vijay Bhatkar is
Yeah,
an internationally acclaimed scientist and educationist of India. He is best known as the architect of India's national initiative in supercomputing, where he led the development of India's first supercomputer Param in 1990. Dr. Vijay Bhatkar is currently the Chancellor of the Nalanda University. He was Chairman of Board of Governors of IIT Delhi from 2012 to 2017. He is also the Chancellor of India International Multiversity. Dr. Bhatkar has served as a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister, member of the Governing Council of CSIR, and was a member of the IT Task Force constituted by the Prime Minister in 1998. He has been honored with the Padma Bhushan in 2015. We are honored to welcome Padma Bhushan Dr. Vijay Bhatkar to the 25th Endowment Lecture Series hosted by MIT World Peace University.
Thank you very much, sir.
Can I start now, Gautam?
Yes, yes, please go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, please.
I think we started at 2 o'clock afternoon, immediately after lunch. And now I see it's close, I think 3 hours have passed, 5 o'clock plus, and we are going on. Sometimes I think the audience who are participating, 700 plus people here, connected to this video conference, and in which this endowment lecture series is now being conducted in a unique way for in this series, of course, this one. And it has been a great experience. Yesterday I was talking to someone, and there is a debate that is going on in academic circles, particularly in this context of the schools. I think our Vice Chancellor also is here, and there is a debate going on whether this kind of virtual learning, whether this kind of e-learning or virtual learning is a true learning or not. And I sometimes wonder, I think, let me tell that here I am a member of Shankaracharya, and I said this. Shankaracharya has said, I think, and this is very important for all of us, and I would like to really talk with sitting before Professor Vishwanath Karad. We must appreciate this. We must understand this. Then you talk of 3 realities. I think Dr. Sampadananda has now addressed us, and we are all so pleased by this almost a concluding lecture for today's inaugural function, of which I will reflect upon just little. Jagadguru Shankaracharya talks about 3 realities we experience. I think there is one is the Vyavaharik Satta, 3 sattas, 3 fields which we are talking about. That is our practical, pragmatic life which we exist. I think we perform ourselves and we interact with each other. So that is the Vyavaharik life, Vyavaharik Satta. The second is Pratibhasik. I think what we now today in the computer language we can talk about the virtual reality. And this is one aspect of the virtual reality. The way I think I'm looking at all the participants and listening intently to all the things which went on from 2 o'clock to this today and went into different worlds, that was a Pratibhasik reality. And third one is the Paramarthik reality, of which Professor Sampadananda also talked about this one. So these three worlds which are existing. So some people believe that Pratibhasik world, like the virtual world which we are experiencing, you are constructed entirely a whole world before us. I'm looking at the screen and I'm immersed in that screen. Gautam is talking and Milind has talked, and of course one after another our chief guest has talked, and Another talked to us. This has been, of course, Daji, he gave us the experience, the entirely different experience of how we can transport ourselves. That is some experience of the Paramarthik world. So these three worlds we are living in. So some people think that these worlds are not real. And if you are sitting in the Dhaneshwar Hall, that is the only real experience. That is not true. I think we have experienced this ourselves. Whether we were in Dhaneshwar Hall, whether today we are conducting this with 750 people connected to us, and they are listening to us intently, hopefully, that has been our experience. For me, last 3 hours has been a great, great experience. I think I participated in this series, as you know, whenever Professor Vishwanath Karad very lovingly involved me, I came there. I also spoke on many occasions, and of course I enjoyed those the many talks. I must say that some of the greatest experiences which I had in Dhaneshwar Hall. Today also, I think was a great experience of very different kind. I think I must say that. And we are now going to live in this world more and more. I think this is not because of COVID. I think we are going to exist now in this world more. And this is the gift of technology. Gift of technology, I think we must say, this would not have been possible. I think what we are, Mahabharata, Sanjay gave that experience to us. I think what we'll read and see in the series now, the TV series, what kind of thing, that kind of experience now. Now I remember. Let me go back to my days when we made the first Indian video conferencing experience in the context of telemedicine. I remember those days when we were struggling with building a telemedicine system. The technology was not. This was in I think 30 years back. 30 years back, we were trying to struggle. I think we had color televisions and we have this one, we have cameras, and which kind of thing. But making a first video conferencing full system, I think in that class with that technology which was available, which we had deployed in the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, I think that was the experience for me. And I said, my God, what we had done, something like when it was actually made. It is because of Corona. I think the greatest contribution. I think that when something like a great calamity comes, something like this, some Ghatotkacha comes, like and creates an entirely different experience. For the war also there, and here also we have seen. This experience is completely a gift of technology. I think what we have created, and this is not. I think humans should not be proud. They must be very humble. I think it is the. I think that the inner creative force within us that resides, which if we really look at it, the whole technology of digitization, digital thing, the reality can be expressed into 2 states. This, like what you say, 0 and 1, I think, which is beyond that kind of thing. And that creates all these colors, these experiences, these talks, these audios, these videos, all that kind of thing. And look at the essential aspect of it. What Sankhya had visualized, that Purusha and Prakriti, that combination, how it creates the world. Sankhya said that, this kind of thing, that Purusha and Prakriti experience creates this whole Brahmanda. And this is what we are experiencing. I feel that today's experience, what we are doing, is as real as we would have ever made possible. In fact, it goes beyond that. With 700 people connected to, and if you can connect to, I think Santoshi is there, we can connect to various networks, not only this network, and connect to several students across the world. This is amazing, and this compelling thing came because of Corona. I think, to me, I'm talking the Corona context. This Corona experience, of course, this has affected crores of people across the world. Of course, that has been done. Lakhs of people have been, crores of people have been, of course, severely affected. This has been one thing which is, of course, going on long time. But this has been also brought several, like Mahabharat War, I think brought itself a complete transformation of Yuga transformation. Also, it's brought the Yuga transformation, a different kind here. I think that must be also appreciated. Professor Karad sir, I think you will feel most, I think you must be feeling most fulfilled, like I am feeling. You will be feeling more fulfilled that you initiated this series of lectures 25 years back. I think 25 years back. And I met you in 1996, first time, when the World Parliament was organized and I got introduced to you. And since then, it has been, I think, a really great experience for me. Every time we met each other and we experienced each other, and the events like this, in which I participated, it has been I think that's what. But more importantly, it was I think, very far-reaching thing what you did. I think what today I was thinking, and there are many professors here, 700 teachers, and of course, a lot of staff is connected today and they are participating. I think sometimes the question comes, what is the purpose of this? Question was asked to me also. What is the purpose of these lectures in a academic institution or in the university? This question comes, that kind of thing. Now I think this question was clearly answered. What experience which I got, I would say, I'm looking myself as a student. I'm looking at myself as a teacher or a staff here in this kind of thing. That experience would not have been possible in a regular university framework at all. The lecture of Dr. Sampadananda's thing which we are given, and thanks for it. I think he joined. I know him for several years, but I think he participated, and the way eloquently and the way he expressed his whole, I think the whole thing, the essential philosophy and truth, and see Aurobindo's experience, that I think thing going on the supermind levels. What is supermind level? And that lecture can be some other time, as Professor Vishwanath Karad invited you for the Vedic school to invite you for that lecture. I think we'd like to listen to you on what Aurobindo had in mind or what Mother had in mind when they were talking about supramind. And what is that supramind? How do they experience that? How to expand our faculties like that? So these experiences, or you summarize also the works, I think all the speakers who spoke to us, and you talked about Suresh Prabhu. He's one of the most, I think, polymath, I think, person who have managed with a CA by himself, of course, less of a politician, than more of a thought leader. And then, of course, he knows the governance issues, he knows the finance issues, and he had a grand dream of connecting all the rivers of India. I think, and then he nurtured that dream, and that was I think it would have been a great challenge for technologists like me, and many things like this. He spoke to us, and he was almost getting into spiritual trance when he was speaking to us very humbly. I think that is a transformation. He said now that I tried to transform the world, and what happened? The world has transformed me. And that's what happens. That's what happens to many of the people who want to transform the world. Finally, they realize that now that the world is so wonderful creation, whatever thing, such a challenging creation, that once you want to touch that, it transforms you. And that is the goal. That is the goal. So I just want to refer this series. As I think, Milind, you said that 500 people have come on this platform. So far, in the last 25 years, at least 500 people on different subjects. Of course, the recurring theme has been spirituality, religion, and science, and of course, whole human welfare and many other things, I think, which we have talked. And each time it was a different experience for many people. Those who listen intently. It's very important. The whole aspect of is that, which you learn from quantum mechanics, is that where is your mind? The question is not what is happening in the world. Where are you in that part of that country? Where is your attention in that part of the thing? One thing, it is totally meaningless, one experience. And it is another thing is that depending on how you want to look at it, is that it is completely meaningful. And that alone is meaningful. So these experiences we go through this one. So this series, I would say in that context is we have the faculty development program. Basically, I'm just in academic sense, every university and UGC wants us to get into faculty development program, which is how many faculty development programs we have done. Now imagine, suppose in like a university like WPO, where I think we are taking largely engineering, and there are other branches also we are merging, more and more branches which are coming up. Typical faculty development program will include, for example, if I am an electrical engineer or a mechanical engineer, I will go to that field and I say some of the new developments that are occurring in that field currently. I will discuss that. And that also very few people will understand, because many of there are paradigm shifts and new things which are happening. I think, which I think as an IT engineer, I know that by the time you learn, I think it is already outdated. So you keep on going through that experience, and this is meant for few specialists. I think today we are talking about faculty development program for the entire university. All the students that see the world, try to understand the nature of this reality in philosophical sense. One of the great happenings, I think we have come to notice in IITs. I've been the chairman of IIT Delhi. I've been going to that. Where is philosophy in the technological education? Now this question is not being asked here. This question is asked in proceedings of National Academy of Sciences of the United States. They are asking the question, where is philosophy here? You are an engineer, but you don't know philosophy. Now the question has come, the recent reports have come, you are teaching everything, but where is the poetry? Where is music? I think that you must teach the entire experience of human life must be taught, at least introduced to you. Just not a mechanical engineer, just not a computer engineer. That's a very limited way you are looking at it. So today this series, I think what I'm talking, if you say the WPU context or a university context, if you look at it, that this is the kind of exposure, this kind of introduction we are giving. What is the world beyond us? Sometimes now, I think Professor Vishwanath Karad said this huge dome, it's a massive structure. I think our Honorable Chief Guest may not be here today. I think because long time has passed. I think she is the State Minister of Rural Development. I wanted to talk to her, separately meet her, because I'm doing this Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and other thing. See I think the dome I'm looking at very differently. What is the knowledge available to the rural craftsman? I've been there along with Professor Vishwanath Karad, there on that. How it was constructed? Can a single architect of a very different kind with supercomputers also being employed could have come out with a viable, practical experience of building it in such a short time? So there is so much of knowledge hidden, and we must admire that knowledge. So when I go to villages, I tell my engineers or the thing like what we are doing. See, you are not going to be there to teach. You are going also there to learn from the people, from the villages. Not that we are here to teach you now. You do like this and you do like that. There is so much to learn, and not only to learn on the development, but their art, their folk art, their crafts, and the challenges they face, and how they live, their economics, how the poor woman manages the entire family in droughts and other things. So there is so much to learn. Some of my IIT professors went to Jodhpur. I think when the new Jodhpur IIT was being constructed, and they went there and he said there is no water. How can we build IITs? Who took this wrong decision of building an IIT in Jodhpur? Totally wrong decision, and blaming the government. And then somebody came to this. But sir, we are living here for last 100,000 years. We are living. We never complained. Like this, you are saying that just for 1 week you came and you say that this is the wrong decision and all that kind of things. So then we said that let us learn from how they live with such drops of water in a desert. For so many, they constructed cities and they constructed so many things, and we are now complaining. We are supposed to be great engineers. We are complaining about there is no water instead of finding a solution for that. So there is so much to be learned from the thing like that. I want to talk to Honorable Minister Niranjan Jyoti Ji, that now see so much is to their learn. We should not go with the mind that I have to develop villages, etc. You have to develop yourself first, and then perhaps interact. And Professor Karad has really done that. I went to his village along with him, and he took me, and I have seen that village, how it was transformed in such a short time. And all the way going in that road which was not there in 9 hours, travel, going there with same enthusiasm, and then trying to build that village, trying to do something in that village with a dream that should be different communities which are always fighting, Hindu and Muslims and all that kind of thing, and so dirty things which all villages are. And then take a challenge. No stop complaining, take a challenge, and it can be done. It was done. I think that is to be. So that I think now these are a lot of experiences which are to be taught. More important issue came that this series has given us exposure as over the years, last 25 years, not only now. And today it has been entirely also a different experience. Not that earlier were not like that kind of thing. Various things. This knowledge would not come from any lesson. I think any chapter or any class or any small seminar like that kind of thing. This is a unique experience. So this innovation of launching this series, I'm not saying, I know Professor Vishwanath that he sometimes shows a lot of praise on me, which I don't deserve at all. But I think this is a great innovation. Among the innovations, I think, which you are talking about, that creating and actually activating that, actualizing that thing like that. I can say a seminar is organized, actualizing, getting immersed into that. And at this age, I think like he's so enthusiastic. I think and responding to every talk. I think this one experience is that Professor Vishwanath Karad will be present in, my dear brother will present every lecture with same enthusiasm, and he would like to respond to that kind of thing. I think that is to be learned, which I don't have. I think I mean listening to every lecture, responding to that kind of thing, and that all our teachers, we teachers have to learn. So here's that perspective of a student learning, knowing, and then now responding to Professor Sampadananda that can please come, and then we'll receive you there and like to listen to you. That is called, I think, that is, you are transcended your age. Now, what is young boy has got? He's so curious. Young boy is always curious. You are always curious, like a young boy. Every time you are not saying, no, I have to sleep, or I have to do this kind of thing, and then let him talk. This is to be learned also by all of us, including myself, on all these kind of things. So this series has taught us many things. Me also, I have not been to all lectures and all that kind of thing, but this is a unique experience, and this inaugural function once again is being carried with the same, perhaps more intensity and curiousness to be understood by each one of us. All the lectures today. I think how the time passed, 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, 4 hours without break. Nobody is going for a toilet break or bio break or something. I think this is interesting. That means it is interesting. This is a very engaging experience, and I don't want to reflect on this one. I would also like to thank Professor Rahul Karad. Rahul is I could not experience him here in the kind of thing, but bringing Daji here, and Daji has given us the actual. There is actual technology. I think what Daji's message was. I think Daji also not that yoga is a technology. For me, when you talk about the siddhis of yoga, they are real technologies. The experiment, the experiment is being conducted within ourselves, within our mind, within our body, within our thing. And if you do these things, if you do the Ashtanga yoga, things like that, then this will happen. The promise of Patanjali is that this will happen. And there are many, this thoughtfulness, heartfulness, they are meditative experiences. They are contemplative experiences. If you do this, this will happen to you. And that's a technology. And that is the greatest gift of this one, I think. And that's why I think there are 18 yogas, I think in Bhagavad Gita, starting from the Sankhya Yoga. I'm working on Sankhya Yoga. What a knowledge it is. Further, I feel that whatever I have learned so far on computing and in the carving is very dwarf compared to what Sankhya has said. It is very few shlokas. And I'm struggling to know why this, and from which you can, I will just say one glimpse which you are trying to do is that from 3 shlokas of Sankhya, I think we are trying to get how the whole universe gets constructed. To understand, I'm not telling. Patanjali is trying to say, and we are trying to understand how did it find out. The mass of a proton can be derived from Sankhya's one shloka. No, not without doing any experiment. It's a mind experiment, like what Einstein did. Einstein did always the mind experiments. I don't know what they call this kind of thing. Such a great knowledge exists. And this lecture series has given us the opportunity to invite such great people, and we are trying to reach to them because of the reputation of MIT or reputation of Professor Karad, and then all that whole thing. People are coming to them. People will not come to you unless there is something like that coming, not by giving remuneration or this kind of thing. They come to you that they feel that that my knowledge is being listened to, or there's somebody is engaging in self, being respected. So I feel that this has been a great innovation, and we have once again begin this 25th thing, I think, with same enthusiasm, more enthusiasm, and carry on, as you said, 100 years and 50 years. So this shows that it can go on. And that's how the eternal, why Vedas are eternal, because this will go on. Whether the other cultures, I think, Swami Sampadananda says, several civilizations came, but they are nowhere now today. That's one. And that is because, once again, I would say the blessings of, I think I will end with this, that is the blessing of Swami Vivekananda, but more Saint Dhaneshwara. The blessing of something which is beyond. I think physically it cannot be done. And Saint Tukarama. Once again and again, I think, and we have not understood Saint Dhaneshwara, and we are talking about this one, how Amrutanubhav will give experience, how Sanghya Pasishti has given that experience, how Dhaneshwari, of course, has given that experience, and that is like a ocean. You have to dive deep, come out with so many pearls of wisdom, and then play with them, and again take a deep dive. So this is eternal. What we call is eternal Sanskruti is that experience which is there. So, sir, it has been a great experience, and seeing your enthusiasm, I feel that I am also now 74, going on 75. So I feel that I have to take a lot of enthusiasm from you and go on to life like a young boy playing on the sands, like Newton said, and enjoying the whole process. Thank you very much.
भटकर सर,
येस प्लीज.
मी तुम्हाला अभिवादन करतो मनापासून. तुमचं जे ज्ञान तत्व आहे, निसर्ग तत्व आहे, ज्ञानेश्वर तुकारामापासून आईन्स्टाईन पर्यंत जे जाणीव आहे, आणि तुम्ही जे बोललात, मी मिलिंद तुला सांगतो की ही लेक्चर्स तुम्ही याच्यावर टाका रे विद्यार्थ्यांच्या करता.
हो सर.
जगभर पोहोचू दे, आपल्या भारतामध्ये तरी विशेष करून.
येस सर.
याच्यावर टाका, फेसबुकवर टाका, अजून कशावर टाकायचं टाका. पण सरांचं अजून थोडंसं लेक्चर करून, इव्हन मिश्राचं जे मगाशी बोलले ते वेगळं करून, पण सरांचं हे भाषण आहे, हो, हे बोलणं जे आहे ते त्याच्यावर जायला पाहिजे. खरं इन्स्पायरिंग. मला माहित नाही, मी काही काम करतच नाही ना, काय करतो काम नाही, मी फक्त ऐकायचं काम करतो आहे. तुला आणि सर्वांना खरं धन्यवाद. तुमचं पुढे चला. आता खूप 4 तास झालेत.
येस सर. येस. गौतम.
येस सर.
यू गौतम प्लीज.
Thank you. I'll just wait for technical. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bhatkar sir, तुमच्या आशीर्वादासाठी आणि तुमच्या कायम असलेल्या मी म्हणेन पाठबळासाठी जे आमच्या पाठीशी उभं आहे. थँक यू व्हेरी मच वन्स अगेन. आणि मला वाटतं हा क्षण मी पुन्हा एकदा कॅमेऱ्यामध्ये कैद करून ठेवावा, आणि त्यासाठी मी पुन्हा एकदा आय रिक्वेस्ट एव्हरीवन इन द पॅनल टू प्लीज स्विच ऑन देअर कॅमेराज सो दॅट वी कॅन कॅप्चर दिस मोमेंट. आय वुड रिक्वेस्ट माय टेक्निकल टीम टू ग्रॅब दिस फोटोग्राफ. I request everyone to put on their cameras, please, and wear a beautiful smile so that we can capture this picture-perfect moment. I would request my technical team to let me know once the photograph is captured. Thank you very much for that. And now, as we are coming towards the एंड ऑफ दिस सेशन, पण ज्या प्रकारे ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली म्हणतात, उपजे जे नाशे, उपजे ते नाशे, नाशले पुनरपी दिसे, हे घटिका यंत्र जैसे परिभ्रमेगा. जे जन्माला आलं, जे सुरू झालं ते संपणारच, पण जे संपलं ते पुन्हा सुरू होणारच, आणि घटिका पात्रानुसार हे चक्र कायम सुरू राहणारच. त्यामुळे विश्वनाथ कराड सर आणि भटकर सर आणि या सर्व व्यक्तींनी आपल्याला दिलेले ज्ञानरूपी संदेश, हे जरी आज आपण त्याचा हे सत्र जरी संपवत असलो तरी ते कायम आपल्या बरोबर राहतील आणि पुन्हा पुन्हा ते विचार आपल्या पुढे येत राहतील. हा विश्वास माऊलींनीच आपल्याला दिलेला आहे. आणि आता पुढे जाण्यापूर्वी I would like to invite the registrar of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Prashant Daveji, to propose the vote of thanks. I would like to invite him on the stage, please. Clear? Clear? Clear.
Namaskar to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. All the dignitaries who have shared their thoughts. It's my proud privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks for this Silver Jubilee Saint Sri Dhyaneshwara and Saint Sri Tukaram Endowment Lecture Series. It's indeed a momentous achievement for our university. To begin with, I propose my vote of thanks to Sri Suresh Prabhu sir for former Union Minister, Government of India. Sir, your message to young friends, not to change with the world. Remain original, remain yourself and be what you are. Remain true to yourself. What a wonderful takeaway from your address today, sir. I thank you for your wisdom, word of wisdom. Next, I propose my vote of thanks to Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti ji, Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development, Government of India. Madam, your words of wisdom and advice, हमने अपने मन को अपना सारथी नहीं बनाना है, हमने अपने बुद्धि को, अपने विवेक को अपना सारथी बनाना है. These words would reverberate in our minds for years to come. Next, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to beloved Honorable Daji. He is a spiritual guide and mentor for innumerable followers across the world. I am sure that your awe-inspiring advice, happiness and contentment is achievable only through meditation, and miracles that could happen through meditation have been inked in each and every one of us. We would continue on this journey as per your advice. Moving ahead, I propose my vote of thanks to today's guest of honor, Dr. Sampadanand Mishra ji, Director Sri Aurobindo Foundation for Indian Culture. Sir, the mention of teachings from Shastras to transform oneself and attain the state of divine peace has definitely cleansed our minds for leading a peaceful life. Your command on Sanskrit was evident during your address, and we are truly honored to have you amongst us. Thank you, sir. Next, I propose my vote of thanks to Dr. Vijay Bhatkar sir, Padma Bhushan, Chancellor, Nalanda University, an eminent computer scientist, father of Param supercomputer. He has been always a source of inspiration for many. I thank you for your presence and guidance, sir. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karat sir, Sri Rahul Karat sir, for giving us this opportunity and to grow in life. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the technical and non-technical team, teaching and non-teaching staff members who worked tirelessly under the supervision of Dr. Milind Pandey sir as convener of 25th Endowment Lecture Series in the name of Saint Sri Dhyaneshwara and Saint Sri Tukarama. Thank you very much for attending this session. We look forward to your presence and attendance in next 6 days to come ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for proposing vote of thanks. And as sir rightly said, this is not the end. This is just the end of inaugural session, but there are so much more to come our way. The next 6 days are going to be really amazing, and many stalwarts of their fields would come on this platform and share their words of wisdom. So now, before we conclude this inaugural session, I would like to request each one of you to fold your hands, close your eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in Universal Anthem Poseidon. So I request my technical team to kindly relay the Universal Anthem Poseidon.
आता विश्वात्मके देवे येने वाग्यज्ञे सोषावे भूता परस्परे पडो मैत्र जीवांचे दुरिताचे तिमिरता विश्वस्वधर्म सूर्ये पाहो जो देवांशील तो तेला हो प्राणी जात वर्षत सकळ मंगळी ईश्वर निष्ठांची मांदियाळी अनवरत भूमंडळी भेट तू भूता चला कल्पतरूंचे आरव चेतना चिंतामणीचे गाव बोलते जे अर्णव पियुषाचे चंद्रमे जे अनंतन मार्तंड जे तापहीन ते सर्वाही सदा सज्जन सोय रे हो तू किंबहुना सर्व सुखी पूर्ण होनिसिही लोकी भजिजो आदि पुरुषी अखंडित आणि ग्रंथोपजीविये विशेषी लोकीये दृष्टादृष्ट विजये हो आवेजी येथ म्हणे श्री विश्वेश्वराव हा होईल दान पसावो येणे वरे ज्ञान देवो सुखिया झाला
मित्रहो, मी मगाशी म्हणल्याप्रमाणे हा शेवट नाहीये, ही तर सुरुवात आहे. आणि उद्यापासून रोज दुपारी 2 ते 6 आपल्याला विविध ज्ञानींचे शब्द ऐकायला मिळणार आहेत. उद्याचं मी तुम्हाला थोडक्यात माहिती देऊ इच्छितो. उद्या दुपारी 2 वाजता सरकार्यवाहक राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघाचे ऑनरेबल श्री सुरेश जोशीजी, ज्यांना आपण भैयाजी जोशी म्हणून ओळखतो, ते आपल्याशी संवाद साधतील. द इंडियन कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ डेव्हलपमेंट, विकासाची भारतीय अवधारणा, ह्या विषयावर ते आपल्याशी संवाद साधतील. त्यानंतर दुपारी 3:15 ते 4:15 आपल्याबरोबर असतील पद्मश्री डॉक्टर A.S. किरण कुमारजी, फॉर्मर चेअरमन ऑफ इस्रो. स्पेस, सायन्स आणि वर्ल्ड पीस या विषयावर ते आपल्याशी बोलतील. त्याच सत्रामध्ये आपल्याबरोबर असतील ऑनरेबल पंडित वसंतराव गाडगीळजी, आणि जे आपल्याशी संवाद साधतील विश्व शांती ध्रुवम ध्रुवा ह्या उक्तीचं महत्व. त्यानंतर 4:30 ते 6 या सत्रामध्ये आपल्याबरोबर असतील ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर ज्ञानवत्सल स्वामी, motivational speaker, spiritual leader and social reformer from Akshardham, and he would be addressing us on establishing the value-based universal education system across the globe. ही सत्र असतील आपली दुपारची, परंतु आपल्या गेल्या 24 वर्षांच्या परंपरेनुसार मी पुन्हा एकदा तुम्हा सर्वांना सांगू इच्छितो की सकाळी 7:30 ते 8:30 या वेळात आपण सर्वजण ह्या झूम प्लॅटफॉर्मवर एकत्र येणार आहोत आणि सर्वजण एकत्र येऊन योगासनांचा अभ्यास करणार आहोत, रोज सकाळी 7:30 ते 8:30. मित्रहो, मी या सत्राची सांगता आता नॅशनल अँथेमनी करणार आहे आणि त्यासाठी मी सर्व उपस्थितांना विनंती करतो की त्यांनी आपापल्या जागी उभं राहावं. And I now request my technical team to kindly relay national anthem. आणि पुन्हा एकदा मी सर्वांना विनंती करतो आणि आग्रहाचं निमंत्रण करतो की आज जसा उदंड प्रतिसाद तुम्ही आम्हाला दिला त्याचप्रमाणे उद्यापासून प्रत्येक सत्राला तुमची उपस्थिती अत्यंत महत्वाची आणि अनिवार्य आहे. याचबरोबर मी तुम्हा सर्वांचा निरोप घेतो. अँड आय नाव रिक्वेस्ट एव्हरीवन टू जॉइन अस टुमॉरो मॉर्निंग for the very, very important yoga session followed by the very, very important afternoon discourse of knowledge. Thank you very much. Take care. Good night.